Hello everyone. My name is Cephalopod Wizard, and I will be your commentator today. Please keep your arms and legs inside the ride. Remember to install your killer before running, and try to keep your credit total up. Welcome to today's Random Access Memories Tournament. For those of you who are not familiar with this yet, we have picked 2 large expansions from over the years and 12 small expansions. And that is the card pool for today's tournament. Players were told about it just 2 hours ago. And we will be starting the first round in about 5 minutes. I have gathered for you the hottest of takes. By which I mean, I've made some very small observations about the card pool. First of all, the currents are very lopsided. The runner has Activist Meeting, which is incredible, and Government Investigations, which is not incredible. But the Corp has 2 HB operations. So if the Corp wants to run a countercurrent, they can spend 5 influence on Kill Switch, which is okay. Trace to do brain damage when the runner accesses an agenda. Or the Corp can pay 2 credits for defective brain chips. You do some bonus brain damage whenever you do brain damage. So I think the Corps are going to have to either live with Activist Meeting or BHB and play Kill Switch. It should be interesting. Other interesting thing about this round, or about this card set, I did not see any killers that people usually like to use. They're all in some way awkward. If we look, there's Odore, which has... It costs you more until you get 3 virtual resources. And it's expensive anyways, because you always have to spend 3 credits to break something at a minimum unless you're hitting something with 0 strength. Then we have Mimic, which is a very good killer, but cannot boost strength. Cujo, which is limited by power counters and has 0 strength. Then we get into the criminal killers, which is where we would normally look to find the good killers. And Shiv requires some setup. Afterimage is good, but requires a stealth rig. We did see that smoke is a legal ID. We've got Fairy, which is strong, but trashes itself after 1 encounter. And Femme Fatale, which is very expensive if you're paying honestly for it. And it's not that great against high-strength sentries. So it looks like the best killer out there if you want to be safe against a high-strength sentry is going to be Ninja, which is... Oof, that one's awkward. Ah. I am incorrect. Decklist submission ends in about 1 minute. So I've got a lot of talking to do to try to fill the air. That's frightening. We do have Penumbral Toolkit. We might be seeing some criminal stealth if that's where all the stealth support lies. And then we look in Shaper Killers, and we've got Creeper. Just... Ugh. And we have Pipeline, which is so classically bad that you were given one in the draft mode that FFG made all those years ago as an absolute last resort in case you failed to draft any possible killer. It was a strong, brutal motivation to draft a real killer. So I will be very interested to see how people deal with sentries this tournament. And there are some sentries that are pretty okay. Drafter falls right into that 3 strength range for Mimic. Some people might just allow high strength sentries to do their thing. I'll look forward to seeing if anyone is going to play tier. Be an absolute decisive, spendy player. Sherlock is annoying to break, and you probably don't want to pay the traces. And it's honestly got a pretty reasonable res cost for a 5 strength, 3 subroutine sentry. Oh, I'm wrong. That's 2 subroutines. And 1 line of text. We have, of course, all of these cards from the core set. HB had a decent ice suite. We see Ichi 1.0, also a pretty strong sentry. Only 5 to res for 4 strength, getting just above that mimic range. But this is the core set, so we have Data Sucker. And people might be trying to live with fixed strength sentry breakers and just suck the ice down to strength. There is also somewhere in the card pool, Net Ready Eyes. Let's find that. Which is a hardware that allows you to boost an icebreaker's strength for the duration of that run. So people might be running with a 4 strength mimic and just accept 5 strength sentries. I don't know what the solution is. I look forward to finding out. Other than that, given that we have both the core set and the revised core set, we've got some strong identities in every faction, as well as some stuff from various expansions, various little expansions. HB has the ever classic game warping Engineering the Future. 1 credit every time, 1 credit the first time you install a card each turn. Let's go ahead and find that. This was the core set identity, and it caused pretty much every HB card for 5 years to be designed to be 1 credit more expensive than it should have been, because you were playing Engineering the Future and would of course get a credit back for it. But in today's world, we have not only the assets that came with the core set, but we also have Breaker Bay Grid, an upgrade that reduces the res cost of things in the same server by 5 credits. So Adonis Campaign, instead of paying 4 to res it, you pay 0 and get 3 credits straight away. You can res Eve Campaign for free, which was a 5 to res 16 credit asset that gave you 2 a turn. It came with its own agonizing 5 credit trash cost. And one very conspicuous thing that we've seen is Rashida Jahim, an asset from the Kitara cycle. You 0 to res, put it in a server, and if it lives till next turn, trash it to gain 3 credits and draw 3 cards. Very strong corp identity. I bet people will be playing some hacktivist meetings in order to disrupt that. At least make it cost a little more to use such a good asset. For tagging, we don't have any kind of mass tagging tools. There is Data Raven and a small smattering of HB ice that tags, but there's nothing like hard-hitting news or a way to just try to stick a bunch of tags to the runner. But there is the original core set card that defined Wayland for a long time. Scorched Earth. If the runner is tagged, do 4 meat damage. This being the core set, there's also closed accounts. So there might be some game plans where you're just trying to see Scorched and play 2 closed. I'm sorry, I said closed accounts. But this being the core set, we have the original combo of Sea Source, Scorched Earth. If you ever get enough credits to beat the trace, beat them on the trace, and play 2 Scorched Earths, they just die. And I don't think we had any kind of tech against that. With Sports Hopper, no Plascrete. We look at the identities as they're coming in. Give this a quick refresh. You see a lot of people gravitating towards GameNet. You're right. Crash Space is in there. Citadel and Decoy also in there. You're on you have Mercs. I would love to see that. Alright, so there's a little more tech than I caught while I was in there, just not the things we usually play in Standard. It's been so long since Crash Space. We see GameNet has 8 players registered so far. And there's most NBN Ice is designed to do some kind of trace or some kind of ping, so GameNet seems strong, and it has bonus influence, so I bet some of these GameNet decks are going to be trying to do Scorched Earth to you. Next, in the corp list, we have 5 players on Engineering the Future. I believe I don't think this represents all of the deck list submissions yet. I think that deck lists just passed the deadline for submitting. So we'll see if there's more latecomers in here. But Engineering the Future, very strong. I can't look at the deck lists yet, but I'm betting we're going to see some of those HB assets. Personal Evolution, we have some strong cards. We saw that Obokata Protocol is in the format, as is Fetal AI. Both of these agendas do net damage to you. And in a format with Snare, you might end up accidentally dying to just a little more net damage than you were prepared for. We have the original NBN Making News 1 player, 2 recurring credits in order to land traces. And over the years, there's some NBN Ice that traces. 1 Architects of Tomorrow so far. There's a strong selection of Bioroids available. This lets you get a discount once per turn, when the runner passes a Bioroid, you get to res another one at a 4 credit discount. And then we have SSO Industries. We did see that Oaktown Renovation is in the set, which is a face-up agenda that is just spectacular and gives you 2 credits when you advance it. And there was also Hollywood Renovation, if I remember correctly. Let's take a look at the Wayland agendas. We have some excellent SSO agendas. We have City Works Project, the 5/3 that does meat damage to you if you access it while it's installed. This is a pretty strong threat, and it gives you the 3 advancement counters with the SSO Industries identity. All right, looks like we have round 1 of 4 is paired, so we'll jump to the tables in a minute. I also saw Oaktown Renovation, so if you aren't lucky enough to draw, not Oaktown, where was it? No. Maybe it is just City Works Project. I believe we have we have digital rights management. So SSO might be running one of these in order to make sure they have a public 5.3. But we're speculating a lot on one deck. We have another game net that didn't make it into this category. That's interesting. Then on the runner side, we have Andromeda. Very strong criminal ID. We saw lots of strong criminal cards. We have Account Siphon. Then we got a lot of the good stuff, such as we got Bravado from the Ashes cycle. And we got some more stuff that I need to remember. We do have Boomerang as well. And Account Siphon is just worth it. It justifies itself. So in a world with Scorched Earth, we'll see if people want to try to clear the tags or not. Then we have Reina Roja from the revised core set. The first ice each turn costs 1 more to res. Pretty strong ability. I believe I saw the thing you want with that, which was Xanadu. Yep. So you can be playing Xanadu and make the corp pay 2 credits more to res the first ice each turn. Could be pretty rough. We have Hoshiko Shiro, who draws you a lot of cards. And there's a lot of good cards to be drawn. We have the Career Fair and Liberated Accounts, and we have Parasites, because we still have the original core set. 419, we got some of the 419 tools, such as falsified credentials, but he did not get Amakua, which is one of the main threats 419 has in standard play. We'll see what 419's up to. And I see that we have someone is playing Geist. There's a little bit of Geist fuel. We have Street Peddler in there after all. I look forward to seeing how that has been built. We've got one person playing Smoke. We saw that there was a stealth barrier breaker that people don't usually use, as well as After Image from the Ashes cycle, which is a pretty strong sentry breaker. And there was Penumbral Toolkit to try to get a supply of stealth credits. Let's refresh, see if we've got more. Leela Patel. One of the very strong criminal IDs from the years, rotated out somewhat recently. And you will find Leela just scoring agendas, bouncing cards, and then stealing all your money with Account Siphon. Should be good. Let's get a look. Timer started, round starts. We have round 1 started. Let's jump into the tournament tab. We have pairings up. So we could take a look at, the corp is on the left side first. So let's jump into table 3. Sorry about my sound effects. They're a little loud.
It's okay. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I just jumped into table 3.
All right. Why don't you share your screen with me? That'll keep things simple.
Okay, let's see if my bandwidth can handle this. And
Yeah, worst case, I can follow you around, but I've got to be focusing on also running the tournament today.
share my stream. Okay,
Great, I can see it.
excellent. So, and we have permission to stream. I jumped into this because this was the only. I didn't see many Haleys around, so I wanted to see what we're going to be doing in this game. Looks like we are strong into this game. Haley's got a lot of stuff set up and is using Bookmark, free hardware. So it looks like we're going to be spending our Haley triggers on hardware, and we have Aesop's Pawn Shop.
I guess I should introduce myself first to the stream listeners. I'm Fike.
Yes.
I'm the TO for today and a dev with Nisei.
And I
Yeah,
am.
so
Go
GameNet
ahead.
was unsurprisingly really Sorry, go ahead.
No. And I am Cephalopod Wizard, for those of you that have missed it. And I work on the rules team for Nisei.
Yeah, so GameNet was unsurprisingly really popular in the registration. Just a super powerful ID, but I'm not sure exactly what the game plan is beyond fast advancing and using that tech to keep the economy going.
We've seen Rashida, Pedge Fund, and now a Project Beal. So we still have no idea what's going on, but there is a Sansan City grid.
Good yellow cards.
We do have some good yellow cards. And we have Astrodor Script pilot program. So we've got another 3-2 for NBN. It can help you finish off your 3-2s. So we might be on a fast advanced game plan today. Looks like Haley is setting up with 3 hyperdrivers on Jin. So I bet we're building up to a real big combo turn at some point. In the heap we see Quality Time and Diesel, so looks like we're gonna draw our deck.
Yeah, so there's standard set up your combo cards. What is the combo in this card pool? I haven't had too much time to look at it.
I don't know. We've got I mean, we could look, but I think we don't want to miss anything.
Yeah, no, I'll open it up on my end.
I didn't, because it was the core set, and I didn't see anything that really stood out to me as far as combos we've seen from the history of Netrunner. Yep.
Yeah, I know that Doomrat, the Shaper player here, is pretty familiar with combo decks. So if there's something in the card pool, they would have seen it.
Huh. False Echo suggested. Don't remember if I saw that in the card pool. Maybe I'll bring up another tab. Lots of diaper pieces are illegal. Might be. We see game
Yeah,
nets.
I'm just wondering what the finisher is.
So game
Is
nets
it just
throwing out
medium?
another Beal. Yeah, this is the original core set. Might be medium.
Yeah, which means they also have access to Parasite to get rid of the ice, so they can just keep hitting that R&D with medium and get up to a huge number of counters and see most of the deck. There's also Vamp available, but don't really have the economy for that right now.
It looks like the NBN deck is responding appropriately to an overt combo deck. We play Rashida, we still have the Sansan, and I bet that Dane is trying to fish for another 3-2 to score.
Yeah, one of the best defense against combo is just getting to 7 points.
2 more ice on R&D, 1 new card out in a remote server.
Possibly a Jackson.
Yeah, we did get the tactical pick of the Jackson pack.
Yep. I assume that will be in every single Corp deck.
And we have the classic NBN dilemma of bonus influence not only from Jackson in faction, but also from your identity having more influence.
Yep.
So I don't know. Maybe this deck is on 3 Scorched Earths. Okay, more clicks and Beach Party coming up, and another simulchip for possibly parasiting all the ice on R&D.
Possibly, but I don't know where Doomrat would be getting the strength reduction from. There's also the possibility of DDoS as a way to land a combo.
Is False Echo in the card pool? I don't remember if that was
That's
something we saw.
Shaper program, right? Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh, okay. Looks like we just have full diaper available.
Basically.
All right, we have a score of breaking news.
Oh, here's the big turn.
Here's the big turn. Okay, so the Corp drew with Jackson Howard and then scored breaking news from the Sansan.
Mm-hmm.
We're trashing bookmark. We have the entire deck in hand. It looks like the plan is medium. It's 2 mediums. Those stack.
Is there a false echo in the bin?
I don't see one.
There it is.
Okay, we're just installing it. Gaining the all-nighter click.
Looks like there's only enough. Oh, no, right. He doesn't need to get rid of the 4th ice because DDoS will just take care of that permanently.
Can we see heap real quick, please? Yes, I will leave that open for a minute. So far, it looks like it's just some card draw stuff, and the false echo is going to be jumping in and out of the heap. Oh, sorry, Streamlabs doesn't like caps lock. It is
All right,
indeed
so with
diaper
only one
time.
ice on each server and DDoS active this turn, nothing the Corp can do about this. I
We will.
assume the Jackson will be popped soon just to add some stuff to R&D, unless there's agendas hiding in archives.
There might be agendas hiding in archives.
But frankly, with this many clicks and 2 mediums, it probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, we'll access the whole deck soon enough. Right, there's
Yeah, at
the
some
one
point,
after script.
Doomrat can run archives to force the shuffle of more agendas in R&D and see a bunch of semi-fresh cards.
Okay. See if we get it. They might also just be in HQ.
That's true. It's up to Doomrat to do the math on what number of accesses in R&D and running archives he has time for and gives him the best chance of winning when he needs to run HQ a bunch and get some snipes in.
Yeah. I mean, if there's not actually enough agendas in R&D, that would be pretty wild. I don't
Yeah.
I don't know if it's
So,
possible to empty R&D enough that you can't get mediumed.
well, you also have to remember Bologna is in the pool. I don't know if Dane is running it.
Well, Doomrat has 5 credits, so that won't be an obstacle anymore. And we get the shuffle. I guess Dane knows. Okay, so we're shuffling hedge funds and Rashida. But I don't think that stops you at this
I
point.
No, that just reshuffles the decks and gives them some fresh accesses. Yeah.
Okay, so fresh access on there, and that gets us off of the. And that gets us the win on the hyperdrive return.
Yeah, some just good old fashioned one turn combo.
Let's hop out. And I see we have. There wasn't very many 419s. You want to look at table 2, 419 versus.
Sure. Let's see if they're doing anything that makes sense over Leela and Andy, two very powerful older IDs in criminal. Now I think we have the one making news on the other side here.
Yeah, we got some IDs that didn't get very many registrations. Okay, let's see if we can figure out what they're up to. In archives, we have Rashida, Sansan, Donna's campaign.
Money and Sansan.
I wonder if we're also using Breaker Bay Grid to make the Adonis campaign cheaper. And in the runner's heap, we see Vamp. That looks like what we're up to.
Yep. Just keep them poor. Between Account Siphon Vamp and 419, that's a lot of denial.
Oh, and we have Peacock. Overlay
Wow.
decoder, you are not happy to run. There were some
I can't
okay
remember the last time I
decoders.
saw a Peacock out of draft.
There were some okay decoders. Like we have Gordian Blade in the pool.
Yeah, I guess what else is the runner spending their influence on then? Obviously,
Yeah.
there's some Vamps and some Diesels.
So if we're on 3 ofs, that is 12 influence there.
I'd be willing to bet they're only on 2 Vamps. I don't feel like you would need 3, but maybe.
HQ interface coming down for 419. And just ending the turn with the HQ interface. Okay. Warp is clicking up. Or gaining credits.
I'll be interested to see how the Corp intends to leverage those making news credits. 'Cause, I mean, with the original core set in play, there's a lot of trace abilities, but I'm not sure how she intends to leverage those into a win.
Yeah, I remember. Oh, wall of static. Is there any solution to that? No, there's not. It's not quite like shutting down a account siphon, but we stopped 1 credit from happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic dilemma with Crim is do you just let them have the free accesses, or do you let them know what they need to get to get a landed account siphon?
All right, a new card goes in here, and we are paying not to expose it. Then we have Dorm Computer. And
It's a
this
powerful
looks
tag deck there.
this looks like a response to NBN.
Yeah, given the sheer number of game nets I saw in registration, that probably a smart call.
We have a recommendation to check out NB Kelly at some point, so maybe after this game. Ooh, Data Ward.
Dom Computer's already paid for itself.
Yeah. Blanked by Dorm Computer. That's rough.
Oh, is this a case where you can't take and then avoid? Yeah, so it has to pay the 3.
Hmm.
Because you have to either take a tag, which is like actually adding a
Which
tag to your board,
here.
or pay the 3 credits. But if you avoid the tag, you haven't fulfilled the option.
I'm gonna look up the wording on Data Raven. because this was something where on Data Raven you could choose one and just suffer no consequences via a dorm computer.
Then just seeing a Desperado in play brings me back.
Yeah.
I mean,
I forgot
the
about
original
this one.
core set wasn't all hits, but there's some great cards in there that are a big reason why the game got popular.
There is some strong stuff. It's worded like Data Raven. I think you can say, I'll take the tag and then dodge it with dorm computer.
Interesting. Okay. Policy is for
Funhouse is
streamers not to
just
say anything, so if they ask, we can answer. But
yeah, we are not here to make sure to enforce rules on the game. We're checking archives. Nothing else in there. Another Adonis campaign. And I think we see what some people are going to spend influence on. Because I observed there's no good corp currents except for Kill Switch, which is merely okay.
I don't even
But
remember what that does.
Trace 3 for brain damage when you access an agenda.
Okay, that explains the making news.
It does. And the runner has Hacktivist Meeting, and that's just good. You'd play that, especially with nothing worthwhile on the corpse side to clear currents.
Yep. Yeah,
Hey,
between Hacktivist and 419, it's a lot of oppressive cards on the runner side.
but the corp also got Rashida, so there's some good stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure the card pool is particularly unbalanced either way yet. We'll see how it plays out, but there is some powerful stuff being shown off on both sides. Just having that classic NBN agenda suite is great, even with the functionally rotted Astrostrip pilot program.
Yeah. Yeah, Whiteblade asked if that was going to be in play for the Ram tournament. And so sorry. Yes, we're using the errata.
Yep. Is it the only card that's been like deliberately functionally changed in
I
Netrunner?
I think that's yeah, I don't remember anything else that was errated just as a game balancing tool.
Yeah, I mean, there's stuff that's been tweaked through rules changes and wordings updates, but actual balance iterations, I think it's the only one.
And back when there's only the core set, you couldn't exactly ban one of the only agendas the faction has.
Yeah, especially since it was the cornerstone of a lot of
Okay.
competitive play then.
Okay, we're making another dorm computer run through the data board. We're finding out this seems to not be worth resing, at least not with 5 credits in pool.
And a boomerang on it already?
It's a snare. Well, not going to get tagged from that, but we do lose. And there's drone screen. Okay, little bit of tag punishment in faction for NBN. Corp is drawing up. We've got a lot of cards in hand. We're gonna have Corp's gonna have to throw some out.
Yeah, unfortunately, that snare didn't really hit anything important. Just the bravado, but there's plenty of money on the runner side already, and then duplicates of Peacock and Desperado, which you don't really need.
Well, we're not on a dorm computer run. A0 to increase strength, so still not getting to see those making news credits at work. And Jackson Howard getting trashed from R&D.
It's unfortunate, but I don't know if it's what the corp needs right now. It's been real hard to claw back from 0 credits against this criminal pool.
Yeah, and the runner does have Citadel Sanctuary and a credit lead, so not going to be having to spend any clicks to remove tags.
Yeah, plus the link from 419 and the 2 recurring credits from making news don't even matter. Just balances out.
So you could at least spend them to cost the runner 2 credits, since they're just free.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the corp needs to do in this position. Really just hope the runner makes a mistake. So runner can't be too far away from finding their fractor. That'll get them into HQ. With the 2 HQ eyes on the board, it'll be near impossible to hide something in there. Even if you do have the ability to astro out another 3-2.
Maybe there's some kind of kill with, what was the one that gives you 2 tags?
Oh, breaking news?
Yeah, breaking news. Although there is a Citadel on the, so
Yeah, so meat damage isn't really on the table.
all right, we're going through the Gutenberg again.
And even if you go for like a cheeky Hail Mary of keeping 2 snares in hand, you need 8 credits for that. Credits are not plentiful.
So the runner is spending their money. Got the daily cast, but a few turns ago, they were at 19 credits. Corp draws Beanstalk royalties. Getting a little out of the hole. And there it is. The runner has found their corroder.
Yeah, Siphon is active. Even putting another ice in front of HQ, if it was big, it would probably just get boomeranged. The runner has to have found another boomerang by now.
Mm-hmm. We're paying to prevent the exposure. And there goes the siphon.
Sealed vault is in the pool, is it?
Oh, I'd have to have to risk making a very large didn't find on the control F.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay, so, and the runner chose not to actually use the siphon. They just got in and accessed a bunch of cards with HQ interfaces.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Okay. See another 419. We are in the tournament. Yeah. All right. Anything interesting on the Cobra that you want to see?
Oh, take a look. Someone in chat was requesting MB Kelly.
Yeah, which table is that on?
Should be table 4 against Sokka.
No table 4 at this moment. Perhaps they've already
Did they
wrapped
make
up.
it in casual? Yeah, there it is.
Okay. Let's check that out. We see Sokka playing Hoshiko, and we see a DDoS in the bin, and Parasite. And there's the hacktivist meeting. So we have some anarch disruption at work, and we are using Faust. Meanwhile, we see engineering the future over here, going a little horizontal. Soka is already streaming, so you can also check out his stream at, I'm not sure exactly where, but I bet it'll be under the Netrunner. It'll be under the Netrunner tab.
Yeah, he just sent my local Discord server for Netrunner and just announced he was going to be streaming regularly. So check him out. He's a cool guy, really good player.
And we see an accelerated beta test.
Yeah,
And
his
that's
Twitch is just Twitch TV/Sokka234, the same as his username.
all right. Checking out all the servers. We see a Jackson. We see a Tranquility home grid. It looks like it'll cost 3 cards to break Drafter. Oh no, there's a data sucker. So 2
Yeah, so
cards
the
if
thing
you
with
want to.
Faust is like this pool doesn't have that much support for it. There's some good shaper draw cards, but the other thing is the ice pool probably doesn't have that much in it that's bad for Faust. So I don't think it's that bad of a call to lean into it. And just the Hoshiko DreamNet combo is very powerful. Just getting those 2 cards on the run, that's basically a wild side, and that pays for the Faust a lot of the time.
Yep, the free wild side was enough to make Faust decks run back in the day.
Yep.
You see a Cybernetics Court.
Not gonna lie, with this card pool, I would have been tempted to build my old favorite Faust Gabe.
Looks like we're drawing heavily. Don't yet know what we're up to here. I do see a pop-up window. Looks like this is a super horizontal deck, which looks like you might get some whiffs on accelerated beta tests if you're actually going to fire that. So perhaps this is just another Project Vitruvius.
Yeah, it's just a blank 3/2 probably, given that we only see 2 ice on the board. Just some standard sideways ETF, some very cost-efficient ice. Probably running on Biotic and the Sansan as your main win cons.
Yep.
Probably fit some an Ash in there if you make enough money.
We'll see. We're going to check out the Jackson on server 9 again.
What does the Corp have in archives? I assume their deck is playing DBS as well. Kind of an auto include if you're doing a horizontal build in this pool.
Haven't seen a DBS yet. But we do see a biotic in archives. Caduceus.
Yeah, so looking at agenda suite, so we see Accelerated Beta Test, so they probably have 3 of those and 3 Vitruvius. We see the Vashron. They could be on 3 of those, or they could be on 2 Vashron and some Mega Pre-qualifiers.
Maybe the Vashrons are just not intended to be scored.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have Biotic and Sansan, you can never advance them. So it's not impossible. It's one of the always been one of the strengths of HP Fast Advances is flexibility and ability to combine those tools to do some wild things. Could even be playing Bass Charger.
Charger? You mean Basturboga?
Bass Charger Boga, sure, yeah. I don't know why everyone in playtest calls it Bass Charger. It's been showing up recently.
Well, I'll certainly never know. Finding an Adonis campaign in HQ. Surely you wouldn't trash that in this circumstance. Got a Pactivist live. Okay, and Soka trashing 2 cards to hand size. Looks like not quite being able to play everything. Shipment from Miramorph. You're
Wow.
going super wide. Or this is a combo.
No, just doing some efficiency.
Hey, we're icing up.
Yeah, even when you have a 9-card hand size, you can get sniped out of HQ. Seems reasonable.
Okay, so it looks like there was another accelerated beta test in that server the whole time. Or maybe it was just installed. No, it was installed with it was installed with the shipment from Miramorph. It looks like we have a next deck. Possibly. And just a 2-cost code gate gear check.
How many next were in the pool? I thought I just saw the one. Could just be a cheap and the run code gate. It's not bad for that alone. Bronze.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's just bronze is the only next in the pool.
Thick Quandary, says Sad Stug. Seemingly not getting much out of R&D.
Still an interesting choice to choose that over Enigma, which has been the standard for giving a little tempo at the same time. But maybe with a horizontal deck like this, you're just trying to go as low to the ground as possible with your ice.
I think especially if you're playing cheap code gates, Yogg.0 is in the pool. I
That's
think
true. You just want to force them to install it.
if you're going to force them to install it, res cost is the only factor.
So what's the over and under in seeing quicksand today? One of my favorite pieces of ice.
Hmm. That's a good question. My own experience with the cards tells me probably people aren't going to try to use it. I just wonder if you
Or
can
it's
force someone
probably
to
not
hear.
awful against some of the criminals who are trying to run a lot, but yeah, it's a tough call. Or it's a tough ask to include that in a deck when you can just include Wall of Static and go a little faster.
It's also 0 strength, and it probably just dies to Parasite.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Because it doesn't gain its first strength until they encounter it.
We're thinking. We just go on R&D, try to access the world.
Well, that makes it a lot simpler.
Yep. Parasite it down. Gonna run R&D a couple of times, I'm betting. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so
Only one click left. We see 2 cards.
yeah, because a
Yep.
single agenda access that isn't Vashron will probably end the game in Sokka's favor. And given that he doesn't have the money to deal with that Sand, that seems like the right call.
Mm-hmm. It looks like we'll have to take a little bit of a break from scoring to shore up R&D.
Yeah, possibly. Or just keep digging and race to find those 3 2s.
Yeah. It's very valid to say, or what if we didn't?
Still a guard name, just sometimes you gotta believe in your deck. But media makes that a lot scarier, because give it a full turn of it just an open R&D, they're gonna see a lot. And you can't draw through it.
So Doomrat would make the gamble if there's a couple of Vitruviuses in hand. Just just try it. All right,
Mm-hmm.
shipment from Mirrormorph. Good card. New remote. Who this? New card in server 6. And do we get an ice to shore up R&D? We do. Then we're resing Jackson to draw. What do you think just went into server 6? Kelly saying, whoa, didn't lose a card because activist meeting has been active for a little bit.
I mean, so that could be a Vashron in Server 6. Um, because you would be credit perfect to score it with a biotic. Oh no, you'd be 1 short. But I don't know,
We're
maybe it's a
one
pop-up on
short.
R&D?
Planning on the run of giving you 1 credit?
I mean, like, in this scenario, it's a pretty high chance Sokka's going to run R&D.
Good call.
Does not look like that's the case. Looks like we're just padding R&D. There it is.
Yep, there's the Vitruvius. It looks like we have about 24 minutes left in round. Let's see
Yeah,
if we.
let's see who's still playing. Most people haven't reported yet, so there should be something going on.
Yeah, think. I don't think we've seen this Haley, so. Table 11 happens to be at the top of the list. Do you want to check that out?
Sure.
Personal Evolution versus Haley. And it looks like we are using Mass Driver to rearrange some ice. Femme Fatale pointed at this chum and a wall
A
of
lockpick?
thorns.
Wow,
We
these are
did
some cards I haven't seen in a while.
we did
On
have
both sides.
Penrose. Yeah, we got some pad campaigns running. Double advanced cards. We're going in for a Maker's Eye. And we have a Nisei Mark II. I bet this Maker's Eye isn't going to make it.
Yeah, the question is if the Corp needs to keep that Maker's Eye to score whatever's in server 7. Because if that's another agenda, that's the end of the game.
I guess the runner can just count. Is there 3 points left? Because there's only 4 cards in R&D. It looks like this game has been going for a while.
Oh boy, yeah, I've noticed that. Only 2 in the stack.
Okay, we're using Data Sucker to. Well, it's just a good card, but we're also on Mass Driver, so we're going to suppress that Wall of Thorns. And it looks like there's a few points left in R&D. Oh, this was their last click, so. All right, we advance a card to 5.
It's
Looks
gotta be an
like an
avocado,
agenda.
right?
Yeah, that's got to be. Or it could be a June bug, but you just score avocado at this point.
Yeah, what is it?
We'll never. We don't get to know. We're just leaving it at 5.
What could it? I mean, I guess Vanity Project's in the pool, but why would you play that over avocado in PE?
I don't think we have. Do we have punitive in this list? But they just win if they steal.
Yeah,
Oh, it is a punitive deck
huh.
with the fantastic art of burning wreckage in the sunglasses.
Yeah, that's what is always pieces, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's a
Let's
great
see
one.
what. Let's see. We've got Neural EMP, Hokusai Grid. We do also have June Bug, so not out of the question that this is a June Bug.
Yeah, just don't know what you gain. Oh, you know what it could be? Did you see that Wayland card in Archives?
Punitive or the Grindle
Refinery.
Refinery. Ah, well, that's certainly a high risk investment. Or a June Bug,
Yeah,
as the
yeah.
fork seems to be.
Yeah. But suddenly there's an option that makes sense.
But now you've got 3 credits to defend your 20 credits on this Grindle Refinery that you can't
Yep.
pop during the runner's turn. So the runner is just opting to try for accesses on R&D.
I mean, it makes sense if you just got to hit one Obokata to win. And there's almost certainly an Obokata in here.
Oh, Wall of Thorns fired? Was that correct? Oh, yes, because they bypassed Chum with Femme Fatale, not Mass Driver.
Hmm.
Yeah, and that was a Grindel refinery.
Ah, miscounted the credits. Happens to the best of us.
The corpse on a clock.
Yep. All the money in the world doesn't help when your deck is empty.
Advancing in server 3.
Yeah, that's hopefully the avocado.
We don't need Grindel now. We've got one turn to win. We're going in with the Imp.
Yeah, that could do it.
But something. Oh,
Right, Mass Driver's
the
huge.
Mass Driver is huge, but they're out an MU. And now they need that data sucker to get in.
Yeah. And yeah. Oh, the Fem goes.
It's not wrong. Go to the Neural Katana. Looks like that's just going to fire. Hit the Chum. Can you get to strength? I don't think that Chum was broken. Yeah, we run into all the thorns again.
Just ending the game, I guess.
Ah, yes. Oh, this was game one.
Oof, we got what, like 15 minutes? Yeah, about 15 minutes to finish off.
Yeah, I've got only a few minutes remaining.
Let's see if any of these are still going. Game and Net games can go long, so either of those might still be in the thick of it.
You want to check out table 7?
Sounds good.
Andy Andy versus GameNet. By 1 credit, we yell.
Sounds like it's over.
We trash Citadel, and there is the Scorched Earth. That is what some people are doing with their influence. we did indeed miss a very big medium run. This bad boy has 6 viruses on it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things installed on the runner side of the board here.
That's enough to finance a small company. Yeah, another Andy versus Engineering the Future over at table 5. Gonna drop in
Yeah, it sounds
on
good.
that. Hey, no agendas. Looks like we are getting started.
Yeah, so I believe Zereth Maxima, or Phil, is oracling for the king today.
Very nice. You see Andromeda. In bin, we see a used ferry, rogue tradings, bravado, desperado. It all rhymes. Looks like we're on a rogue trading Citadel Sanctuary econ engine. Over on the king's side, we see 2 Enigmas and Gold Farmer. Rashida in the bin, and team sponsorship. How did I miss this
Oh
one?
boy. I guess I should probably say for people who aren't familiar with the king, he is a visually impaired player, so needs an oracle to inform him of the board state. But frankly, it's really impressive how he plays, just remembering everything that's in his hand, what the board state is. Just, yeah, all by memory after being told, and he's a really good player on top of it.
Mm-hmm. All right, we have an undefended Adonis campaign. We have this slightly different looking game net, John Masanori. One cheaper, but gives you a tag whenever you don't succeed in a run. We're resing that Adonis campaign. Throwing out another rogue training and another desperado.
What's the rightmost resource? Here. Streams on low resolution for me. Oh, it's John Masanori. Okay, yeah. Makes sense for Andy.
Does. You do have to unload a lot of cards on turn 1. Alright, ice for the Adonis campaign, new remote. Checking out the new remote. What do you think? Another econ asset or something tricky?
Looks like it's just an Adonis campaign.
It is just an Adonis campaign. I haven't seen any account siphons yet from the runner. A lot of unknown ice on HQ, so you don't know if you're going to get in. I bet you won't know
Yeah,
until
with
you.
only the one breaker, it'd be tough.
I bet you don't know until you try to play one. Okay, we waited a minute and we're gonna drive by to hit a
Yeah, trying to hit that Sansan.
What Sansan? The corp asks.
And he hits it.
We do hit it.
They hit it. So.
Oh, that one. Two Sansan Jack. They joke, but Sansan is a grid. You cannot, or it's a region. You cannot have 2 of them in the same server.
Yeah, plenty of new players I remember trying to use Breaker Break Grid to discount their Sansan City grid. Fortunately, it does not work that way.
What a wild combo that would be if you were allowed to do it.
1 credit Sand seems pretty good.
There's a lot of cards that would be incredible at this count of 5. Okay, looks like we're going to go shut down the Adonis campaign. Yep, goodbye Adonis. Too beautiful for this world.
Fortunately, he has many, many siblings.
They literally just print him off at a factory. It looks like the round has 8 minutes left, but the king has a 5-minute extension because
Yep.
yes, he has to play through someone else typing at the keyboard. Making a bravado run into that remote.
Oh, I forgot to mention that the other players. I should do that.
Ah, yes. Go keep that tournament rolling. Ichi 1.0 on the outside. We're going to break one of the Trash Program subs and then allow the rest to fire. We have a full breaker suite at risk here. Okay, Corroder getting trashed by Ichi. And Andromeda has Link, so the trace does not land for brain damage. It's not worth fighting about at all. Pass through the Ichi, we get to Gold Farmer. And now that the Corroder is gone, now the only option you have is to pay 6 credits to get through the entire thing.
Woof.
In Ichi with not enough clicks to break all the rig shooter subs.
Yeah, and then you pay the 6 on the gold farmer. You don't have any money left to deal with what's in the server.
Alright, Deer is thinking. If you pay through, can't trash very much. But maybe one of the agendas is just hiding in there.
Yeah, because if you go through, you are likely to hit an agenda, but with this much ice playing this glacier style, it's almost certain that this deck runs some ash.
Okay, so we're gonna not check it out. Bounce, take a Masanori tag, clear it with Citadel.
Yeah. Spending 6 credits only to get hit with an ash would be devastating.
Wood. Tranquility. Looks like we have some more stuff happening
Grids on grids on
soon.
grids.
Yeah, so looks like that might be an ash in there. That was part of the revised core, right?
It was part of default core, wasn't it?
No, I thought that was a. Let's see.
Default core and Genesis blend together for me.
Yeah, it was from What Lies Ahead, and it was put in the revised core set.
That makes sense. My understanding is that Genesis was designed basically in tandem with the core set. And that's why there's a lot of pieces that really are counterparts to the cards in the original core set. It makes it feel a lot more cohesive as a whole.
All right. Checking out the card in server 5, team sponsorship. We're having none of it. Get rid of it. Data Sucker coming down. And we're charging up Data Sucker on archives. Now we're going through R&D. Runner does have a Yogg 0.0, so Codegate's looking a lot worse.
So 3 minutes left in the round with 8 minutes for this table.
Yep, this will probably be the last game we watch this round. I'm doing 4 rounds today.
Yeah, with 18 players, 4 rounds to the default, and then we'll be doing basically a 2-game elimination final where the top 3 will move to a cut. Seeds 2 and 3 will play off, with 2 picking the side. And then we'll play 1 game, not a full match, just a game. And then the winner of that will move on to face Seed 1. Well, they'll play 1 game where Seed 1 will pick the side. So just a very truncated cut that Lost Geek said has been popular in the German meta, from my understanding, for smaller events, just to add some drama to the end and make it so you don't have a full elimination bracket going on, because those take a while to resolve.
I'm all for it. I'm staying up till midnight or 1 at this rate.
Yeah.
So we got in, we got through a drafter, not too taxing. Enigma, simply not taxing, and stole a Project Vitruvius out of R&D. Now in response, we see the king triple advancing a card that was sitting in there, also getting a Project Vitruvius. Net jogging, were we just talking about the odd numbered cuts to save time? We were talking about how at the end of the 4 rounds, we're just going to have a cut of the top 3 seeded players. And it's going to end up being just 2 games. Little something to cap off the tournament, but not have us have to play through, have to spectate a lot of games on a tournament that's already going to be a little long. Yeah, I like the idea. Does the indexing command let me redo? Asks Deer. I don't know. I don't play on JNet a lot. All right, we're coming in with an indexing on R&D. We've seen it only costs 2 credits to get into R&D, so we can pick what we want. You said something?
Yeah, it's time of the round, so this table has 5 minutes left. I'm just letting the other table that's still going know.
All right. Still rearranging with indexing. All right. Finish that, and we're going back, so it looks like there's an agenda to be had. 2 credits to get in once again. Let's see what was in the top 5. Accelerated beta test. Oops, says Deer. Yeah, you are right, Sad Stug. We get to stream 100% of the top cut games if they're sequential. And I don't know what the oops was about, but I'm going to take the last of the credits from the Rogue Trading and dodge the tag with Citadel. The time has just been called for the other tables, and when time is up, the active player finishes their turn, and the other player takes a turn. Whoever's got most points wins if the game hasn't ended. New card coming into server 1, gaining a lot of credits from that install.
Sorry, I was watching. I was doing admin stuff. Did you let them know that they had 5 minutes left?
Um, I will type it in.
Just they have 3 minutes now, so just let them know.
Coming in for the account siphon. With a data sucker with this many counters, it'll be tough to stop the runner, but they did lose their corroder earlier, so any barrier is going to cause some trouble. But Ichi going to cost 1 data sucker and a couple of credits. And we're going to allow the Ichi trace to fire because Andy's link breaks it for free. Get to the Enigma. Yogg.0 sails through the Enigma.
Yeah, like theoretically, the king could have dumped money into that trace, but they also need money to catch up on points.
Yeah. Yeah, if you let this last ice go, then you still have 5 credits, and then you could bounce back with Hedge Fund.
Yep. Assuming there's another siphon waiting.
It's a drafter. And then we're going to... Where did that Ash go?
Oh, so there's an Ash in the remote, but he's only
Yes.
ducked down to 5. I don't. That doesn't get him under the.
Ah, Deer saying, may I access? Yeah, you're allowed to not use the replacement.
Yep. All right, that's time in the round for them.
Okay, I'll type it.
Thank you.
Checking archives, nothing there. So despite the question, it looks like Deer did opt to take 5 from the corp. And the king is going to be starting the turn with 0 credits and 2 points down.
Yeah, the only way the king wins here if he gets 3 points from 0 credits, which, I mean, there have been HP decks that can do that. I doubt this is one of them.
Yeah, I don't think we've quite printed. All right, king purges. And then that leaves Deer the winner of this game. All right, you want to take a 5-minute break to do reporting in the next round?
Yeah, I'll be focused on that for the next little bit. So.
Okay, we will be back in 5 minutes for round 2. Don't have my music set to transition out quietly. And we're
Oh,
back to
no.
round 2. So I saw that on table 2 we have SSO Industries, which we did not get to see round 1.
No, there's one SSO that I'm very excited to see what they managed to pull off.
All right. So table 2, Analyze Chris versus Minstrel. Don't suppose that happens to be the one.
Let me double check. Yeah, Analyze Chris is the SSO.
All right. I'm in on table 2. I think asked if we could stream. Okay. Sure, they say. We have Haley starting off with a magnum opus and a sure gamble. And a quality time. So we're going to have some very dense economy cards, and we're just going to mush the opus quite a bit. That's right, Winged Nugget. You're just in time for the Ram tourney. No Mati this time, so don't quite know what the top cut's going to be. Looks like we're trying to get. So back in the day, in Terminal Directive, the Shaper deck was envisioned as something that would mash Mopus and they just draw one card a turn by what was it called? Upa? It looks like we're gonna get a card draw by
Oh,
just
yeah.
playing one event or turn from Anacam. The runner a little low on credits. Or scored a hostile takeover, played a hedge fund. That looks like it. No SSO triggers so far. Okay, looks like we're up to something mean. We're using underway renovation.
I mean, when you have such a limited pool, you kind of have to use every public agenda at your disposal. And you have one of each size.
We do. And when you advance underway renovation, you trash the top card of the runner's stack. So, don't know if we're going to pursue that or just score it for 1 point. Haley getting started doing Haley things. Installing daily casts with the Haley. Getting out a lockpick. Seen a surprising amount of that, but haven't seen any Penrose.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just cheap economy in a limited pool.
Maybe.
Everyone needs a decoder.
Okay, we're keeping the underway renovation around. Putting one advancement token.
Did we see what got milled? Oh, they're definitely on stealth.
They are on stealth. So, Diesel, Mopus, nothing important.
Those indexing seem important. Did they
Maybe.
get pitched or milled?
I think they got milled. Let me try to find out. No, indexing was
Oh,
just
they're
discarded.
pitched. Interesting.
And as we see, mass commercialization is in the card pool, so 2 credits
Yeah, no
per
bans from
ice.
the standard list.
Yeah. 2 credits per ice with an advancement token, so I guess it's just good enough to have any advancement counter. Ice, no particular need of 3.
Was Kayambe Grid in Uprising or Downfall?
I'd have to check. Heals, is Levy Air Lab access legal? No, I think that's from Creation and Control, which isn't part of the card pool for this tournament.
Yeah, Kayambi Grid is legal for this.
All right. Analyze Chris. Going for the advancements. We're going to try to mill out the runner. We see an account siphon going away.
Woof. And a vamp in there too?
Penrose
Guess the
also.
plan was just hammer Opus until you vamp them and then rock R&D.
There's Blackstone. There's the Stealth Fractor. There's the Stealth Killer.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see a way to get back the Stealth Decoder in the bin.
Simulchip is in the pool. I don't know if they'll have access to it, though.
I don't see one in the bin. It must be in hand at this point.
Yeah, if they have one.
Well, the runner is set up now. Or at least they'd better be. Oh, we do have Harmony AR therapy.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, that was a pretty rude underway renovation.
Yeah. I wonder what this deck's actual game plan is, because it seems like the underway renovation was very much an opportunistic thing.
And what an opportunity it was. So I see two 1-pointers. It makes me think maybe we're not trying to score. Maybe we're on punitive.
Possibly, because I mean, you're running the three. Um, what's the big renovation? Hollywood. Probably running three Oaktown. Um, that leaves you with 15 or yeah, 5 points to fill. So
City Works
some
Project is
combination
also.
of Oaktown and sorry, yes, I said Hollywood. I meant City Works. So I don't believe both are in the pool.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But yeah, you have the
Starting
three
Vamp
five threes,
again.
you got the two or three 4 2s, and then 5 1-pointers, some combination of the 3-1 and the 2-1.
Numerous on HQ. Mass Com for 8. Perfectly fair card. But the runner does have a way to gain 8 of their own. Just mush them opus. Yeah, we're just gonna gain 8 on Magnum Opus.
Yeah, definitely going for the vamp plan. I wonder if it would have been wiser just to hold on to a mass com for post vamp.
Oh, there's one more.
Yeah, could be in hand.
Alright. Runner gained more money with that Magnum Opus. They've got their
Yeah,
Penrose in hand, right?
that's the third mass com played.
Alright. Playing the Penrose. We're going in. No action. no action. We might just be burning both players 28 credits.
Yeah, we'll see what comes out on top. Uh, the runner obviously has a button they can just mash.
Kayambe
Ah, here's the
grids
plan.
coming in the remote.
Canby means it costs what, 4 to run that server. They probably won't have that uh, left after the vamp.
All right. Apparently some JNet problem. So 25 credit vamp going down. Yeah, I think that you should be at 2. I think the runner lost 1 due to the bad pub credit going away.
Yeah.
Citadel coming down, moving the vamp down. Clicking up and just clicking up for 3.
Yeah. I mean, if he hadn't played that third um, Masscom, runner could have gotten to the remote that turn. But could have recovered quite much faster. And probably doesn't the runner probably doesn't have another vamp to go.
No, we saw a lot in the heap. Yeah, all 3 are in the heap.
Yeah.
Absolutely no more vamps coming unless there's
They could
another
have
harmony.
another harmony in hand, but
Right? Paying through the Kayambe and trashing it to get that Atlas that was there.
yeah. If only you had the money for double punitive here.
In random access week 1, didn't we see someone punitive from a 1-pointer? Or is it 2-pointer?
I'm not sure. Sounds amazing though. I love weird card pool formats for plays exactly like that.
We're coming in for another account siphon. Not going to res anything. Just going to give the runner 10 credits.
Looks like Chris's plan is just to weather this storm until the runner runs out of steam. Although with a full suite and an opus, it's kind of hard to keep them out.
That's going to be tough.
And opus keeps them safe from punitive.
Speaking of which, 2 punitives accessed from HQ.
Yeah, unless you can Jackson back those mass commercializations, I don't see you catching up on money.
No, it's got to be Recur Jackson or bust. And we're drawing.
That being said, you can safely score CityWorks now.
That's true. CityWorks is very difficult to steal.
Because they can steal one, but then they're not protected by the Citadel for the punitive follow-up.
I wonder if there's snares in here.
That would be fantastic.
One of my friends likes to run 2 snares to keep him honest.
Yep.
We see punitives again. It looks like there's 3 punitives in HQ. Didn't discard them. Still thinking that we can make use of them. And there is the City Works. Went through the R&D ice. Looks like there's not going to be much ice resed for the rest of the game. Get rid of Kayambe. Go back.
You know, ice doesn't really do much when runners set up like this.
So that very rude Oaktown 6 cards on the one turn. Looking like a pretty good investment. And we have a Trick of Light coming down.
Huh.
Atlas from hand, and a very safe City Works on the table.
Well, it's not completely safe because you can steal it with the Citadel.
That's true.
You lose that last card, but
That last card was indexing.
I wonder if the runner realizes that.
That's one thing that I did need to have explained to me, and I will always forget it till someone reminds me. It's not a cost. It's just something that happens.
Yeah. Although it does make sense that they want to play this indexing before losing their hand because they can lose 0 cards from their hand with Citadel and still be safe. But what that does mean for the Corp is that the next City Works is safe. Unless this is an Atlas.
Oh, it's an Underway. It's not an Atlas. But it looks like there may have been 2 agendas on top. Oh no, just getting rid of another Kayambe.
Huh, I wonder if the runner doesn't realize they can steal.
I wonder if the Corp is going to win with 2 more Trick of Lights onto that City Works.
I wish.
Oh, it's a little more influence, a little more hard to set up, but we did have a seamless launch this whole time. And it looks like we will use the Citadel. Or no?
Citadel should work here.
Citadel does work. I think we didn't push the right buttons on the prompt.
Yeah.
Indeed, not knowing how JNet works is painful. Yeah, trash all cards in your grip, prevent all meat damage. I'm of the understanding that you can do that because all cards...
you absolutely can.
All right, we're going to try that again. Hedge fund, we're finally a little bit solvent. No more vamp coming for us. Hollow Judge? No, they worked it out correctly. All right, checking out R&D. We're going for the victory via honest accesses.
Yeah.
No, the thing neither of these decks was planning to do. Aket. Looks like Blackstone is just gonna get through that. Unseen card gets a hostile takeover for 7.
Ah. Close one. That could have gone either way with a little more luck from the cards. That one of Harmony real did work.
Yeah, very good one of Harmony. Very rude maximum power underway renovation.
Yep.
Yeah, it was just a misclick by the runner on the Citadel prompt because they knew and intended to use Citadel. Okay. Anything cool we haven't seen yet? There's a Leela deck facing GameNet. You want to check that out on table 4?
Sure. I feel like that'll be a pretty common pairing by the end of the day, but
All right. And we have a remote of pop-up window into Data Raven. GG. Oh no. Not again. Looks like Leela did Leela things this game.
yeah, we can see if this is their first or second game, but given that we're only 20 minutes into the round, it's probably their first.
Probably.
That being said, there are 2 tables done, so sometimes games go quick.
You want to see PE versus Reina?
Sure.
All right, looks like Reina is playing Sneak Door Beta and Medium. Pressure everywhere, and no breakers in sight. Oh, hey, what did I tell you? Surge is being played.
The greatest card.
The greatest card. Proof that a card does not need to have good rules text to be a good card.
I'm still a big fan of its spiritual successor, with now that Gateway's out. Some good cards paired with Contaminate in that set.
A Contaminate is cool. Cast another Boomerang, and it looks like the Corp got an Obokata, and the runner has gotten a Flower Sermon. More ice coming on HQ. Then Preemptive Action. That one's legal.
Interesting to choose that over with Jackson here. I guess you're going for a grander strategy.
The very longest of strategies.
Oh, is this the deck we saw last round that had like a 45-minute game 1?
I don't know. I don't remember who the names were.
Yeah, me either. I know we just remember we showed up at a PE game late.
And I realized, uh-oh, need to hurry.
Yeah, when both sides were almost out of cards.
Grimoire. We're certainly seeing a couple of novel cards from the runner. They've also got their Xanadu down. And Shipment from Tenon, scoring out another Obokata Protocol.
Ooh, this one might not be a long one.
And the runner losing a Mimic.
Oh, that's rough. Not 100% sure what the ice pool looks like for Chitaki right now, but just those swordsmen. You want to be able to break.
Yeah, that was a never advanced and 2 shipments from Tenon. Sneak Door Beta, we're gonna walk through, we're gonna do a swordsman. No AI installed. Just threatening 1 net damage. Viral. Let's see what
Yep,
let's
just
see
the
what
one.
happens. Moshing. That's okay.
Yeah, you don't need. The corporate doesn't need help burning through your cards.
do steal a flower sermon and loses a boomerang. That's one you don't want to lose.
Ooh, yeah, especially if you've already lost your mimic. Is this an anarch, so maybe they're running multiples of breakers?
Not so far. And if you're Anarch, multiple copies of your breakers means multiple parasites.
It's true.
We have a Jackson, we're drawing. New card in server 3, gain a credit. Challenge them to do something. There's any number of non-advanced agendas this could be. So the runner kind of needs to do something about this. Deja vu. They could get back their breaker, or they could get back. They're getting back boomerang.
Yeah, that makes sense.
One thing I was surprised is that I didn't see any Paladin Poimu so far. That card's really good.
Yeah. It would make sense in this deck. Maybe not in the Hashikos that are more about running, but you also got to draw the paladins.
You boomerang on the outer ice and just saving clicks, or are we gonna try to get in there last click?
Yeah, I think the runner needs all the resources they can get.
But they could also just lose if this is a brain trust.
Yep.
We do have all the projects in this card pool. It is simultaneously my favorite and least favorite part of the project thematics, where everyone has a project and the Jinteki project is Project Junebug.
Yeah.
I hope this is all thinking. I hope we're not disconnected. Okay. Spend a click,
Just
gain a
classic
credit.
credit.
Shipment from Tenon.
That will be
Getting a
gained.
flower sermon. And there goes the corroder from hand.
Woof.
I don't think we've seen the players from table 7 yet. PE versus Leela. Oh, can we watch Veil? Next round, I'll try to do that.
I'm making a note.
All right, looks like we have a monster remote of 4 ice installed honestly. Truly outrageous prospect. And another card going in. Did anyone register with replicating perfection?
No. I think without. I just don't think it had enough support. Because you want some prickly ice and you want. Sundew goes a long way, and you need some sort of asset based win con. Because you don't have the Caprice for the Glacier version.
Mm-hmm. And we thinking. All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Count Siphon going through the Wall of Thorns. Oh, we're breaking a Wall of Thorns with Aurora.
That's pricey.
Ooh. And it just was ended with a Nisei Mark II counter.
Yeah, that's pricey. Does mean there's something probably good in there, but
You mean the 10 credits Thorner doesn't have? Okay, scoring Ancestral Imager. Seeing a, this might be the same deck that we saw earlier. That was the PE that ran long.
maybe. Right, because that last one we were just watching looked like it didn't have Fetal, and I do remember Fetal being in the first one.
Oh, and Chum. Yes, I do think this might be the one that we saw earlier. We walk through the Chum with Chum on the inside. And the runner manages to take an Obokata for the win. Alright. Someone said Veil. Let's take a look at if I can find that. Alright, Veil playing Andy versus the King on Engineering the Future. Go check it out. And Yusengrin is also streaming now. We're committed. All of Netrunner people watching stream shall watch this game. Looks like we got a drafter fire. Checking out the card in Tranquility server.
Yeah, it's funny how close this game, or that last click, was to old Netrunner, Andy against ETF, not Account Siphon versus not Architect running through it on HQ.
Mm-hmm. Right, it's an Ash in there. Some credits, we could take the whole server down.
Yep.
Yep, whole server goes away.
Looks like the King might be a little isolate, considering I remember his deck was a little glaciery last time.
And in a very not old Netrunner move, take some rogue trading money and clear the tag with Citadel. Jackson to draw. And the King is fishing. Both players not very far into the game. Just trying to gain some economic control.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically what Jackson was designed to do, was just fix a bad mulligan. He's just way too good at it.
Very good at it. Alright, we're gonna go force the Spin Doctor usage. Spin Doc. I'm sorry. Not Spin Doctor. Jackson. Jackson!
The original Spin Doctor.
2 unseen cards going back. Looks like we were indeed fixing a mulligan. Now the runner goes into R&D. It's a pop-up window. No dice in R&D. And gonna fight over the Adonis campaign.
Yeah, ETF isn't particularly rich yet, so that'll matter.
Okay, you can't just let the corp gain 9. Oh, that's interesting. Looks like Andy discarded 2 HQ interfaces from the opening hand.
Yeah, I mean, they're good, but not the first thing you want to install in the game. They're such a hefty investment.
Yeah, you can't just play 8 credits of do nothing.
Yeah, especially when you play as much good stuff from your opening hand as Andy.
Duncan from the king. And we're just setting up a remote server to do something with. But the runner has ideas. Account siphon on HQ. Alright, cool turn from the runner. Boomerang, get in, take the money. Try to keep that credit lead. But HB is not out of money yet and can still easily pop higher on the case. Looks like the king found wanted with Jackson. Another ice for HQ. Undoubtedly to keep the runner from knowing if they can get in.
Yep. Gotta stave off those account siphons for as long as possible.
Do you think there's any good way to get up really quickly on credits so that you can start threatening bigger ice?
I'm not 100% sure in this card pool. I think the deck is probably largely just relying on that Adonis income. Trashing both the Adonis and the Tranquility was big, and that you really kneecapped the corpse economy.
I've played a couple of Tranquility decks, and that is in a self-contained economy, like a magnum
Yeah,
opus.
it's small and piecemeal, so you don't really think about it that way, but it adds up quite quickly.
Then we see blast from the past, long-term economy staple, Caddy Jones.
Wow, I did not expect to see Cotty's played today. There's so many good cards in the pool that I didn't think would make the cut, but I guess you need something to sustain you long term.
And if nothing else, in 5 turns, you will have so much money. I guess it looks like we're going to be playing games that will last long enough to be happy about the Caddy Jones payout. We're
Yeah,
going
especially
back.
if enough to not slow down the game.
And we can run. Let's see if there's another ice type there. Yeah, there it is. It's the wall of static. Gonna bounce the runner out.
Yeah, you gotta burn those siphons somehow. I wonder if there's Andy is running Deja Vu for recursion. One way to get more count siphons, and more count siphons is always good. Other options in the pool, I believe, would be a Harmony.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot else. Not for recur anything. I think I saw a retrieval run in the pool, but I haven't
Yeah,
seen
that won't
anyone
get your
play that
siphon
yet.
though.
What's that?
Yeah, it doesn't help you get your siphon though.
It does not help you get siphon.
Yeah, I think it's just those two options.
Architect or engineering the future, really helping keep the credits up.
Yeah, I mean that's what made it so powerful. Back in the day, was not only was economy a lot weaker, so every little bit helped. Was you were constantly fighting against account siphons, and just being able to claw back while building a board state was just immense.
Right. Vale is running falsified credentials and correctly guesses that this is a team sponsorship. No res from the corp, so not playing around another one. And we're here on turn 8. No one trying to score yet. For all the strong cards running around, the scoring is so much slower.
Yeah, this game looks very different than the last time we saw the king play.
It's like an upgrade going into server 4. I'm going to guess that it's the Ash we've seen once or twice. Or it could be Tranquility. A bit on the cards.
Yeah, the king would definitely prefer that to be tranquility.
You do have the second piece of ice going up, so it's a little harder to challenge, but we're going in for a third account siphon.
Yeah, from the course perspective, hopefully this is the last one you have to weather. Um, but also have to manage not to lose while you're recovering from this last one, which seems
Hmm.
doable given that nothing's been scored on either side yet.
Yeah, I might just run the runner out of running tools.
I mean, the runner's game plan is to use those account saving credits to set up and just have a full suite that's backed by the leftover credits and the middling economy from things like Katie Jones and close out the game that way. I'm trying to think what other long term economy would be in this pool. There's probably casts. Wait, no, there's no
Yes.
casts.
Yes, there is. It was part of the Ashes cycle. It's reprinted there.
Oh, right, of course, yes. There could be Armitage. Probably not, but
Hmm.
bravados are at least something.
I think if we're scraping for the bottom of the barrel as far as long term economy, we have found Caddy.
Yeah, but yeah, probably Cat Siphon, Boomerang, uh, Campbell, Gamble, Katie, and Cass will be enough.
And interestingly, I said of the killers that are available, I'm not really happy to run any of them because they're all limited in some way, but it looks like no one's playing anything that's going to outstrength Mimic so far. So Mimic's looking really good.
Yeah, I don't know how much in the pool actually does give Mimic a problem.
Tears in the pool, if anyone is spicy enough to run that.
Yeah, I could see these HP decks running one tier.
Hmm. There is also
Now,
Sherlock,
Flare,
if you're feeling fancy. Ichi seems a lot more likely, and that's 4 strength.
yeah,
But
I do think Sherlock is it 1.0 or 2.0?
I think it's Sherlock 1.0.
All right, yeah, 2.0 is the one I think was underrated for a long time, but
Archives run, prompting a shuffle. And we start turn 11 for the Corp. Still no agendas for anyone. I'll eat my hat if that's not an agenda in that remote.
yeah, there's also Colossus and Winchester, but there isn't much in the way of Wayland. I would love to have one of these account siphoning runners hit a Winchester and HQ, though.
That would probably clean their clock. We're running and we're finding out what is server 2. No boomerangs, so any kind of gear check probably keeps them out. Looks like it's just a looks like it ends up being a gold farmer at the very end of it.
Mm-hmm.
And this will eat through your account ciphering credits pretty quickly if you go there to check every single Rashida.
Yep, especially if you pay through Ash.
All right, we are getting an advertisement for the Great Netrunner Bake Off. They've hit the mother load. All of the streamers are watching. All of the stream is watching. I don't know where to find the Great Netrunner Bake Off, but I'm told we should check it out.
I
Send your
believe it's
stuff.
something the ShadowNet is putting on because that's Zereth Maxima who's oracling for the king.
Do you see an Ash Res? And there we go. It is a Sansan, an Ash, and a Rashida.
Leaving the Sansan.
Yeah, I probably can't take the swing on that when the corp hasn't even paid for it yet.
Yeah. It's a good way to burn yourself out of money. But now I'm hoping to see the classic way HP claws back from being economically behind a criminal, which is firing ABT and getting lucky.
Hmm. It is a
He's got that one up
chance.
tier.
Yep. You hit heat tier every time, 50% of the time. All right. I just res this Sansan City grid, res the ABT, and it'll all work.
Just trust in the heart of the cards and all your problems will be solved.
Looks like we have one of the first. I think we have some results trickling in.
Oh, unfortunately, it's the wrong 3-2.
Hmm. See, this 3-2
Getting that
is
Rashida
blank.
back is nice, though.
You can't play this 3-2, folks. It's blank. You got to play the one that says spin the wheel. And it looks like the runner may not need it, but Caddy Jones has a sizable bank account built up. We do see the Sansan grid has now been paid for. Then we put a Rashida in remote. So now it looks like it's time to run the remote and trash everything.
Yeah, and with those Katie bucks, you're not going to be that far behind.
The only rule to the bake-off is that the food must be cooked. Noted. I'm gonna pay through Gold Farmer.
Yeah, that's a 10 credit run.
6 for the gold farmer, then it's 5 for the Sansan, 1 for Rashida. So that's a 12 credit run.
Oh, right. Yeah, they paid the gold farmer, didn't break it.
Discarding a vamp, seemingly deciding that can't make the corp any poorer. Looking up for credits.
Install credit. Classic ATF turn.
Now, the Caddy Jones money is looking a little more tempting. But do you greed it out to go one more turn?
Yeah, looks
Bale,
like.
Bale says
I don't think
yes.
there's anything in the card pool that easily punishes that. Snatch and grab or whatever.
They can just take a tag to prevent that, right?
Yeah, but then they can just trash the resource.
Sounds like that costs credits.
It's true. Now the real big brain play would be to have that server 4 res be a corporate town.
Oh, I see. There's a notoriety in here. Take agenda points.
Yeah, it's I mean, a fundamental thing we've learned over the years of Netrunner is having more points in your deck than your opponent's is always a good thing.
That's a tall order for runners to try to achieve.
Yeah.
Nerva says, go Vale. And we'll see. Vale's gotta get past this 2-point lead. Are coming up at about 10 minutes till this table is done. 5 minutes for the rest of the tables. We have Tranquility Home Grid. Super ETF, as long as you're in the one server. All right. We now have Yogg.0. Only deals with the pop-up window, but perhaps there's some unresed ice that folds to Yogg.0.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I remember Enigma in this deck, so.
There are a couple of enigmas.
That 21 credits on Kadi is just daunting.
Really
ETF
greeding it
Wager just
out.
plays a value game, and you don't want to see a runner with that much money.
We could just go to time and see Caddy still with 40 credits on her.
Yeah.
I don't know. The corp never installed anything I wanted to run. Hedge fund, get those 3 credits. Now the corpse economy is looking better. Can probably res that outside ice.
Yeah, and now that the Corp has credits, Ash becomes live. Even with 21 credits, it costs a lot to go back in and get whatever's left after dealing with Ash.
one final click to decide how to use it. Gain a credit. Has the runner used all their account siphons yet? They have.
Yeah, I remember that from earlier. How much influence have we seen from the runner?
We've imported the entire Breaker Suite from Anarch, so that's 3 influence.
Yep.
And okay, why is this card cut off? That's so inconvenient.
That's weird. Must be side effect of the zoom.
Probably is. Okay,
It
we
looks like
haven't
just
seen.
Noto and Vamp.
We have not seen a lot. 3
Yeah,
vamps,
a lot of one
maybe.
inf cards. I don't think you run 3 Vamp here. I think it's just 1 or 2 to complement the account siphons.
Mm-hmm. Maybe indexing.
Maybe. Yeah, so if we assume 1 more Vamp, it's 5 with the Noto, 7 with the Breakers, another 2 for a Corroder, and then 1 for the Data Sucker. Puts you at 10, so that's 5 to play with.
Be 5 more cards.
Yep.
Advice to those watching the streams. You can count your influence better if you spend it all on 5 influence cards. This is mostly for commentator benefit rather than yours, though. Whale could try to fight over that remote. Spend all the caddy money. But looks like that's not going to be the plan. Store more money. Oh no, I'm sorry. We took the caddy money. Then played a rogue trading.
Yeah, so it's probably a second Data Sucker.
Look, you've got a drop in the online event hub chat.
Oh.
Ram General. Oh, we're doing it. Accelerated beta test. This can only go well.
Yes. I don't think the King's going to be a coward here.
Okay, we're installing
Right.
Rashida with team sponsorship. Getting some triggers. No beta test fire. But the
I'm going to
audience
have to call him on that later.
yeah. The audience craves excitement, misfortune, and woe. Oracle is apparently listening in and says, I had no say about firing ABT. At least it's unanimous. Taking a run at server 1.
We've just got 5 minutes left. Do you think you give them that heads up?
Yes. Pay into the
Alright,
ash
every other
trace.
cable report again, just waiting on this one.
Right, and it looks like we are gonna. Are we gonna take down the whole server, or was that all just to trash Rashida?
I mean, you don't have 21 bucks on Katie anymore, so you gotta conserve.
That's why we've
Leaving
got
the ash out's a choice, though.
That's why we've got 18 bucks on Rogue Trading.
Yeah, it's true.
All right, we're going for a poke on R&D. No res on that ice. I wonder what that is. Yogg lets you through pop-up window for 0, but the corpse still gets point. There it is. We see an accelerated beta test from the top.
Yeah, for how much it seems like the Warriors been dominating, that's their first points on the board.
Biotic labor. We are just going for and ETF and Tranquility so strong. On the
Yeah,
turn that you biotic out a 3-2.
basically pays for the advancements.
Mm-hmm. Gain that 3, and we have another Vitruvius.
I'm not sure I'm rooting for the Corp after they didn't fire the ABT.
That's fair. Rashida Jahim coming back, threatening that we're just going to do that again.
Resing in case of another falsified.
Yep, it's not a mystery at this point. Runners poking R&D again. Ichi 1.0 finally being rezzed. Get through that for a data sucker token and a few credits.
Yep. Lighting the trace fire, though, to save credit.
Yep. Yogg gets through the pop-up window. Your opponent installs a Yogg to deal with pop-up window. Are you happy about that?
Oh, absolutely. They could have gotten 5 runs through that pop-up window. Instead, they chose to play the card.
They'll bring back an account siphon. Looks like we're gonna.
All right, can you know that's the time of the round?
Yep. Which looks like, unless there's a really good grab out of HQ, runner cannot get ahead on points now.
No.
Looks like it was indeed an enigma on the outside.
Yeah, that's what the Yogg is really for.
Now being res to reduce the payout to account siphon.
Oof.
Wrong time to steal Vacheron.
Yeah.
Runner ends their turn. Doesn't have a point. Points. A little late for that one. Yes, it is a little late for that one.
And it actually finishes the game.
Finishes the game with another biotic labor.
It doesn't even fire this. Oh, there we go.
Yay. It still doesn't count, though.
No. Alright, I gotta tabulate some results.
Okay, and we are going to take a break on the stream, and we'll come back right before the start of round 3.
We're gonna be taking a few more minutes. We had some people dropping, so we're just like sorting that out.
Yeah, I can keep the stream entertained with taking a look at the standings. Looks like the SSO Industries deck by Analyze Chris doing quite well. 419. Don't know if we've seen 419 in action yet. And Doomrat with a straight diaper list that probably was a list someone played in the past. GameNet also at the top. Then we have a lot of engineering the future, taking the next couple of corp spots. Lots of good stuff decks to be seen around here. Very powerful set of packs that we've got.
All right, so it sounds like we had a bunch of drops, so there's much fewer players, and people are interested in doing only 3 rounds instead of 4 rounds before we go to cut. So this will be the final round before the cut.
All right, final round. Yep, that's fair. Going to sleep on time sounds like a fantastic thing to attempt to do. I'm gonna take a look at the card pool, see if there's anything that I expected to see but didn't. Actually surprised that no one tried to do. We had Hive, which is brush ice, but it's also pretty expensive. But we also had Spiderweb from the Underway. That's one I'm surprised no one played because it doesn't die to Parasite immediately, and it stops Boomerang. Also, in my heart of hearts, I do wish to have seen Bulwark. I don't think anyone wants to pay 10 for a barrier, though. How about y'all watching the stream? Anything that you wanted to see that you were expecting, or something you didn't expect? I'm kind of surprised that SSO is not running digital rights management. Maybe just didn't draw it. I also haven't seen any Breaker Bay grid. That's one thing that. So, 5 credit discount on resing things in the server. Surely that's got to be worth trying to at least put on an Adonis campaign. I did forget that Jin existed, so that was fun to see that on the to see it holding 3 hyperdrivers at that first game. The one of entries, how did they go? I don't know what you mean by the one of entries. All right. How's the repair going?
Just having to fix some things. Should be good in a sec.
Hmm. Frantic coatings in here. Hang on a minute. Stim hack is legal, and we haven't seen any. No stim hacks. Oh, yes. You were right. There was one Geist. Let's see if they're still in when the pairing comes up. So we had a look at making news. They were a little bit flattened by some good cards. We haven't taken a look at Architects of Tomorrow. This Fueling Innovation seems to be doing pretty well. And I don't know if we've seen Smoke yet. We'll try to keep an eye out if they're still in the tournament.
Two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10.
All right, so I've got a quick note down to check out Geist, Smoke, and Architects of Tomorrow if they're still in. All right, and it looks like we have round 3 all paired up. Looks like Architects of Tomorrow is not going to be playing the very start, nor is Smoke. Geist on. So it looks like on table 5 we can see Geist. Yeah, I want to see what the analysis of trash cans has been for this card pool.
All right, sorry about that. I accidentally deleted a round, so I had to re-enter the last round.
Oh no.
Yeah, fortunately, it's not too hard when there's only this many people. It's not worlds or anything like that.
But it begins, and there is the glorious shirtless Geist.
Mr. Abs himself.
If we're looking at the card pool, quick look at the runner cards over in another tab. What here has a trash can? I see Gachapon, pretty decent trash can, but mostly just gets you a program for somewhere. There is DDoS, but that sounds like not something that gets you cards over the course of the game.
No, it's usually a bit of a finisher.
There is Boomerang, Infection and everything.
Yeah, and one part of the combo from the Ashes cycle, I believe, is in.
Fall Guy's in here. That was part of the usual part of the usual Geist suite.
Right, yeah. So yeah, you have Q Loop, um, which goes well with Boomerang.
Simulchip, the back. Self-modifying code, so looks like we've got half of the Geist deck.
Yeah, I'll see if that'll be enough to keep this deck going.
Facing Geist, we have GameNet. Can't be sure what they're up to. There's a couple of game nets running around.
Yeah, I think almost half the corps are game nets.
That is the round 3 start. Fire your starting pistol. It is time to start the corpse turn.
All right, yeah, 65 minutes on the clock.
And Star Wars keeps their hand. Is a good sign that the Geist deck's gonna start off doing what it wants to. Also, I forget if I mentioned, but Street Peddler is undoubtedly part of this. We start immediately with a double iced remote. Looks like the corp really intends to get away with the Rashida. Real high risk play in an account siphoning world.
Yeah.
Maybe it's an Adonis and you can duck the doof.
Well, it seems to have paid off. Whatever it is.
Runner just ran, so no setup of an elaborate Geist engine.
Interesting. I wonder if that's what's in that server, given it didn't get rezzed.
It's Jackson.
Hmm.
And we did see the corp take a mulligan, so she might be looking to get some agendas out of the hand.
Yeah, seems likely.
And the
We're
corp's
really
just,
invested a lot in protecting that Jackson.
yeah. Yes, that draw engine's really important.
Yeah, there couldn't have been that many agendas in HQ then.
Didn't even discard anything.
Interesting.
Maybe the corp has the scoop, knows that this list isn't running any account siphons. I don't know if this list is running account siphons. It must be.
Yeah, like, why would you not run account siphon if it's available when you're a criminal?
Oh, wall to wall.
Interesting.
Oh, no. Draw a card, gain a credit is always okay.
Yeah, especially if you're building up a glacier that really accelerates it, and if you're planning on fighting on credits, that's a great way to force them to do that. Ooh, Bioball. Yeah, they're playing a glacier plan for sure.
Mm-hmm. That's a little too much influence to make me think that they're trying to do Scorched Earth.
Yeah.
Especially with Forger. Oh boy, that's probably why Scorched Earth isn't a thing.
I guess. I mean, I don't know who else would be playing it. Everyone else has been on Desperado.
Alright, Jackson's drawn some cards. Place those that were trashed. Hedge fund, we're getting some money. At last, HQ has an ice on it. But R&D still wide open. I'm gonna guess this deck is the one running Bellona.
Almost certainly. With a glacier plan, it the default.
Other 5/3s could they be running?
I don't know if there's anything else in the pool for NBN.
So there's all the 3/2s, which are pretty good.
There's
Breaking.
re-education.
Hmm.
I
There's
mean, my
also
bet is they're just on Bologna and some 3/2s.
well, there is breaking news, which is a pretty good 2-1 if you
Yeah.
want to finish off 7 points.
Yeah, two Bolognas you're breaking is a pretty classic suite. I mean,
Yeah,
not
the
specifically those ones, but like the 2 5/3s, 2 2 1.
only other one is re-education.
Yeah, without Neurospike, that just doesn't see play.
And in
It
neutral,
was
we
a funny
have
moment in playtesting when we realized that comboed with Neurospike, and we were worried you might have to ban re-education of all cards.
I bet no one would have ever seen that coming a year ago.
Not at all.
All right, looks like the neutral 5/3s are priority requisition and executive retreat. So this can't be on a score 6 and then a 1 pointer. Do you see? Oh, is Geist going for the full suite of Crowbar, the breaking and entering suite?
Ooh, fancy.
And
I
a
guess he has
capture
the
pod.
link now. So.
And the weakness this suite usually has is it's got 2 strength right now and can't do much about it.
Yep. Boomerang is a good supplement, though.
Right, Jackson is shuffling back some stuff. Just some value cards, and now going for the install advance. Looks like a possible Bellona play to me. Runners
Yeah,
on.
seems likely when the runner's on 2 credits. Just seems like a no-brainer plan.
Yeah, the runner is.
Although maybe the one stim hack we'll see is out of Geist.
Credit, crowbar, and then we're running. It's pop-up window. Swing that credits just a little bit.
Yeah, no reason ever not to res pop-up window.
And Gold Farmer still leaving enough credits to score Bellona.
Yep. Even though it didn't necessarily need to be res, maybe it's just tempting them to use their resources.
Yeah, you could try to. We got the Fractor one, right? No, we do not have the Fractor one, so this just
Oh, okay.
hard stops. If Spike is the one we're missing.
Are all 3 in the pool?
Let's take a quick look.
Yeah, it looks like it's on the pool.
Yeah, looks like we've got to use some.
I assume they've imported a corroder. Makes most sense to match.
Yeah, probably. And interestingly, we see a lot of people running low strength ice in general, so might actually be able to make use of the breaking and entering suite.
Yeah, you have to remember that for how restricted the uh, breaker options are, the ice is similarly restricted. So a lot of the higher strength uh, options that we've come to rely on just aren't available.
I mean, Sherlock 1.0 is staring at us the whole time. But the runner did find the corp did get a Bellona out of that. The runner did find a Project Beal from HQ. No res on the HQ ice.
Someone was playing an Architects of Tomorrow, so I wonder if they had Sherlock.
They might. I don't think they were playing Architects first, so we'll keep an eye out for them.
It's Deer who has Architects.
That is right. All right, checking out HQ again. But where are the account siphons? I guess you probably don't want to stake an account siphon on 2 credits to make it into HQ.
Yeah, probably not, given you're going to need those account siphons later.
Gold Farmer.
Just want to say I took the look at the deck lists, and I've been avoiding doing so and talking about it on stream just so we don't spoil any hidden information. But I think it's safe to say that no one is playing Sherlock 1.0, and I'm disappointed in all of our players today.
Bans will be issued as appropriate. So, Gold Farmer and R&D, not going to pay to get through that. And the runner has Rogue Trading, but not necessarily a Citadel Sanctuary. Wonder if the plan is to remove the tag via Forger.
Could be. But you already have the 2 link Citadel's just a solid play at that point.
If you've got it. Right?
Yeah.
Install advance.
I assume it's in the deck, but we'll see how many and if they find.
Corp sees that there's a slow setup plan at work, and we're just going to go faster. Star Wars taking the Rogue Trading. We all wait to know, is Forger here to counteract the Rogue Trading tags? No. Runner will not avoid
There's
tags.
the Crowder, though. And running with the tag.
I don't think the ice is going to punish you for this. But if that's Bellona number 2, I don't think you are going to have the money to steal it.
No, you're off by a credit.
Oh, it's a Bio Vault.
Which means that other one is probably an agenda?
Must be. Otherwise, you just, if it wasn't an agenda, you would just let them access the Bio Vault and pay to trash it.
Yeah, but they couldn't afford to trash it, so.
Corp has a hedge fund. Bring the credits up.
Definitely should trash the Rogue Trading here.
I would agree. Dorner's too poor to let them have 12 credits.
There we go. Especially given GameNet's whole plan is to have the runner bib too poor to interact.
Looks like it is an agenda. Seemingly just a 1-pointer. Or a 4-2.
I wonder if it's a Plona or they're going for an over advanced Beal.
Or it's a breaking news and we're just going to kill the runner.
True. It could also be a Beal and they're going for a advance score, installed another Beal next turn, and then win the turn after.
Could be the biggest Beal that we ever plotted on. But I don't think the runner can be kept out for that long. Runner draws, try to get out of the economic hole. It's another shiv. All the disposable breakers have quite a bit of strength now. I still think that you have the problem of you have 2 credits.
Yeah.
It looks to be just a feel of normal advancement requirement.
Yeah, so that could be the game ending 3-2 in that server there.
Could be.
But yeah, without tech traders or tech writers, Geist just doesn't have the economy to keep up. That draw is nice, but you don't have the engine to reliably get it, especially against a deck that just wins on you being poor.
Right. Rogue trading, put it down and click it. So click for 3 hits of a magnum opus basically. Run into pop up, pay through it. Run into gold farmer, pay through it. Three credits remain, but oh, it's a Rashida.
Ugh. I mean, you had to make that run, but
You definitely are worse off if Rashida fires, but economics times are not looking good. And just putting another card in, drag the runner through every turn.
yep.
And gain credits. Gain more credits. No, Ice R&D. Good plan. But if the runner's willing to go even more tag me, they can still just get into the remote. Indeed, they start the turn with take 6, click for 1, and then go for a Maker's Eye.
Yeah, you can't just keep chasing every face down install on that remote, so might as well go for the Hail Mary. And oof. I love Eula. Doesn't see enough play in standard. This is brutal.
Yeah, at least you're not giving the corpse 6 credits to go through it because you have the breaker, but if they pay that, then they can't get through the gold farmer. Was another Rashida to just drag them once more. Runner looks like they got out of it with more credits than they started the turn with. Corp needs better bait. And just advancing, so I think the runner could get in and take it if that's a Bellona.
Yeah, I wonder how much. Yeah, they have to go for it, I think.
Have to go for it. Think the corp should have trashed the rogue trading before trying this.
If it's just a Bologna, probably.
Oh, it's a Bio Vault. It's another set of excellent bait that does have to be trashed.
Yep. Yeah, that's the thing when you're in this situation with runner, and you have to run everything because the wrong thing getting through once can be the end of the game.
Even a Biovault sticking can
Yeah,
still
that
costs
I
you
mean
money.
that would probably have ended the game as well.
It's stressful when you have to run everything.
Yep.
Do you think the Corp has any sort of defensive upgrade that they don't have to spend a full turn charging up?
I could see a game net importing Ash. Let me see what else is in this pool. I doubt they're taking Kayambi.
There's no way on Kayambe. Right. Just new cards, not doing anything ominous with it, just letting it sit there. And with having drawn this many cards, Geist says the agendas must be in HQ. I think that's
Yep.
a fair call. Wall of Thorns.
Wow, that's an include. There could also be a Sansan in the remote.
Could be. I've got the credits. If it is a Sansan, trying to get the 3/2s for Sansan is the right call. Looks like it was the never advanced license acquisition.
Wow.
This does
I guess
not
they
get
just
you,
didn't have enough 3-2s and went for 3-1s over 4-2s.
and this does not get you to 7 points. But
Unfortunately, no.
you do get to install an agenda or an upgrade.
It's interesting that they ran that before breaking news.
Yeah, breaking news is a hostile takeover, except it doesn't do
Yeah.
anything bad. Though if you play license acquisition and you get a free Sansan, it feels really good.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Runner checks archives. Nothing stealable. There is a daily business show. Checking HQ once
Flare?
again. What was that?
There's a flare in there.
Oh, there is a flare in there. I don't think I've ever seen this card actually played.
If I have seen it played, I've never seen it actually work.
And
Looks
we
like
do
they had the influence left over, so they just brought in some big ice,
and we do see the corp go to 1 credit to res Wall of Thorns.
indicating there's probably something in HQ.
Viral? Can't pay enough to get through that apparently.
Yeah, not having that
Well,
barrier breaker in the pool is really hurting Geist right now.
yeah, I mean you had 7, you could have paid all of your money for a single, but probably not worth.
Yeah, given when you're this far behind, I don't think that's how you win the game.
That's when you hit the Bellona in HQ and you get a sad trombone.
I don't think there's any situation when you hit below and you don't get a sad trombone.
Corp draws some good things from Rashida, the hedge fund. New card in server 1. Just bait every turn. HQ has to be filling up by now.
Yeah, theoretically. But the thing is, with only 2 points on the runner side, you can afford to put in an agenda where they can technically get in if the runner can't get in the turn after, and you have 2 agendas.
We have 8 of the 20 to 21 points in the deck, and we're more than halfway through the deck. We're 3/5 of the way through the deck. So there's more agendas to be found if the draw has been kind of somewhat normal. All right. Pay everything to
That
get
makes more
in,
sense.
and then come up +10.
I'm surprised that Gachapon hasn't been popped yet.
Yeah, I wonder what the goal is. Gotcha point. Yes, you have your breaker suite, so what more do you want?
Yeah, but guess has had uh, the Gachapon since the beginning of the game, basically.
Get the pop-up window. And not wanting to use one of the disposable breakers, paying through the pop-up window, which gives credits to the corp.
Yeah, I wonder what the runner's afraid of. So if they use one, they can't
Problem,
break toll booth, I guess.
toll booth is in the pool. And there was the winning license acquisition in the remote, so corp could do that again.
Mm-hmm.
For all the swing, these are still two somewhat small pieces of ice. Still haven't resed that outer ice.
I mean, I wouldn't call um, Gold Farmer small. Cheap, maybe, but not small.
Gold Farmer is pretty gargantuan. We're seeing every turn, runner's got to come in
Yep.
and check. Every turn, you just barely have enough to do it.
And eventually, one will either sneak through or the runner will run out of resources.
There is the toll booth.
Interestingly, Geist can probably only get through this once unless he finds another breaker.
That is a pretty strong. Right now, the critical mass of cloud breakers comes in pretty strong. Get through toll booth for just trashing a card on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Past the pop-up window, paying. Pay through the corroder, and it is a Project Beal, which would have also given the corp the win.
Well, yeah.
Now the corp has a res toll booth, swung from res that took them down to 1 credit, back up to 5, ready to score. And now Geist does not have a way to get through the toll.
Yep.
Discards a crash space. Yeah, probably too late for crash space. And
So it's all
daily
Beals out
casts.
of the game. There's almost certainly an Astro in here.
There must be. Could be another license acquisition as well.
Yep. Interesting. Draw, install in the remote, and install in a new remote.
Okay. Like we have, looks like we're halfway through the rounds. Or halfway through round 3. Check server 3. It is a Jackson. Can't trash that. Check archives, but of course you can't find anything there. It's covered by Jackson. Is this finally the one winning card? This is the final winning card that sneaks through. There's the one Astro.
There we go. Not the agenda you want to score last, but getting there is what's important.
All right, let's see if we can't find that smoke and that Architects of Tomorrow. There is Architects of Tomorrow. There is smoke. Which one do you... I kind of want to see what smoke is doing.
Yeah, sure.
All right, table 4. Corp wins by flatline. Oh. And it looks like we do see GameNet using its influence on Scorched Earth.
Love to see it.
We see a pretty good stealth suite that looks a lot like what you could construct in Startup with penumbral toolkits. Now that leaves us to come check out Architects of Tomorrow. Not again. Okay, but they are running Heimdall and Turing.
Yep. There's a res tier. That's good.
We missed the most incredibly lucky.
Wow.
Grabbed a 20 card AOT run. And this was the Hyperdriver False Echo deck. Oh, sometimes deck just does it for you. All right, well, we tried to watch all the outliers, but was not meant to be. We have seen SSO already. We've seen GameNet. I think, is there anyone that we haven't seen yet? There is a Leela on table 8. I don't think we've seen a lot of.
Yeah, we haven't watched that much Leela.
All right, let's check out Leela. And already we have a fascinating board state where we have the 3 of a kind crash space, 2 of which are installed.
Wow.
So we're not scorched earthing this one. Go through Gutenberg. There's a Sand on the table behind some pretty small gear checks. Ice wall and pop-up window is not even a gear check.
Yeah, it's more of an economy card.
And then the runner clears the tag with the free credits from Crash Space. New card coming into the Sand server. I think it's a 4-2. Oh, and it looks like the Corp is using breaking news, so with the Sansan, you might have a chance to actually do something rude and mean.
I love it when the corpse are rude and mean.
Don't see a lot of influence. Oh, looks like the corpse on closed accounts.
Ooh, very rude and
Score
mean.
score breaking news, close their accounts, finish the turn. Leela on Aurora. 2 to get through Ice Wall. It's an okay amount to get through. And for many barriers, you're happy enough to pay 2, even if it's something
Yeah.
cheap like Ice Wall.
Yep.
It's a Rashida. That's got to go. But the runner doesn't have any credits, and it has to
Oof.
stay.
I was going to say that breaking ice wall for 2 versus breaking it for 1 isn't that big of a deal, but sometimes it is.
Here's a hot take. What is the correct move to advance Ice Wall, seeing that Aurora is the breaker?
If you're going to run through that server, yeah, I would.
Not today.
So that's just brutal.
This does look pretty grim.
Yeah, 4 credits to get through an ice wall is a lot.
And Leela is just clicking up. Seeing the bin, some bravado, some count siphons. We're on turn 16, so it looks like Leela was playing without the intent to actually install a board unless forced to. Now we've drawn out
Right.
long enough. Pressing the remote. Everyone's clicking for credits. I can see how in this kind of environment you might be very happy to see Caddy Jones.
Yeah.
Corp is stacking ice to the moon. How much of this do you think costs more than 1?
I mean, there's got to be a gold farmer in there somewhere.
Positional ice. Drain their credits before they run to the ice wall. Give them a harder credit check.
Yep.
At this rate, advancing the ice wall might give you a bigger tax than putting in another ice down.
Yeah. It's kind of unfortunate that pop-up's at the bottom, but sometimes that's the order you draw the cards in.
The runner checks archives to keep him honest, and we see the rest. There is a C source as well. 2 C sources, and wraparound, toll booth, and data ravens.
Yeah, even though the C source just works with the closed accounts, I suspect there is some scorched earth involved here.
The only influence that we've seen is ice wall. There must be some scorched earth.
Not that it's particularly relevant now, but
You can't scorch someone on this,
I mean, if
but you can't.
yeah,
But you can close their accounts.
I mean, if this is a breaking news in the remote, you could score the breaking news, trash those 2, and close the count of them.
Everyone is going to come check it out.
Another pop-up.
There's something.
Oh, yeah, that'll keep them out.
But you're not going to be able to afford to do that breaking news play you just described.
Yeah, true. But I suspect if that's actually an agenda in the remote, the Corp does not need to pull those kind of shenanigans because they have this Ansan, so that can be a Bologna that they could score and just end the game.
Yeah, if they were mathing it out to say I can afford a toll booth, then I'd bet on that being a Bologna.
Yep. I yeah, if I were the runner here, I would be hoping for a Lucky Leela bounce. I think is about our only way to stop this from happening. An account siphon would help too.
Oh yeah.
How many have been played so far?
I think it was only it's only one.
Oh, just maybe she hasn't drawn them yet. It's unfortunate.
23 cards left. And the Data Raven wins the trace, so power counter at the corpse convenience.
Yeah, I think you're desperate enough here that you just don't worry.
Yep. Tech Gin feeling the pressure. Gonna go extra tag me, hoping to bounce that card. Data Raven gets 2 counters. We see Sea Source again. And there's 2 Sea Sources in the bin, so that's the
Oh, so
same
we
Sea
know that
Source.
it's hitting the same one. Oof.
Come back, checking again.
Yeah, I think this is the right call.
Three for
Oof.
3. That's a slot machine payout. Hmm. Yes, and Tekgin was playing to the out.
Yep.
Sometimes the random numbers just are out for you.
Cards giveth and cards taketh away.
Who's still playing? Is this is the same Architect's game that ended, right? Too?
Probably there's only one Architects in the tournament.
Yeah, that one's over. So we've got 419 versus game net on 5. Don't think we've seen a lot of 419. Okay, taking 18 off of Caddy Jones for click 1. Sounds like a good time to tune in.
Yeah.
Special order for something. And at long last, someone's playing Career Fair.
Wow. Good old ninja.
Mm-hmm. This was something where I was looking down the killers and there's no good answers to high strength ice. Ooh, grabs breaking news from HQ. Corp clicks for credits. Runner, turn 8. They've been clicking caddy since very early in the game. And the runner is special ordering the entire breaker suite from the original core set. So, very set up. Corp has found a hedge fund. Who dares text me? It's spam. Hedge fund and gain credits. Now the runner's gonna check things out. Pop-up window. You've got the Gordian. You don't have to let the corp have any more money. And the runner's got Desperado.
Yeah, so it's basically free for them to get in.
Product placement. And trashed a Sansan out of R&D, so paying a
Oof.
lot to see a fresh card.
I
Trash
mean, this is
Jackson
much
Howard.
denying the Sansan as it is seeing the card.
Suspect a moderate trash cost card has been accessed, and now the runner has to decide if she wants to trash it.
No, she's just throwing on Kati.
Well, and there we go. And the runner has Citadel, so no risk of Scorched Earth. Well, you need to, because you have to pop Citadel on the first one. Alright, so double Scorched does get us a runner kill.
Yeah, there we go. We saw it today.
At last. I was worried I wouldn't see Scorched Earth kill anyone. If the runner had 2 cards in hand, then the corp could not have killed them. Would have only been able to take out a Citadel. Then I think the only game left is going to be the King versus SSO, which looks like a strong. I suspect we might be seeing one of these two in the top cut as well. We see a fairly big board state for SSO. CityWorks project able to put advancements everywhere. 1 trick of light in the bin. Ah, interesting. Argus Crackdown in the discard pile. Try to make it extra hard to steal CityWorks project.
Yeah, that's cute.
See a hostile takeover that has been forfeited to res. Don't know what it was used for. I did see a archer in the bin, so perhaps that was destroyed by some ice destruction.
Yeah, there's definitely parasites that have been used, so.
Runner's got 3 points to 4, so this game is definitely still on. Analyze Chris is a little weak on the economy, but any draw of Masscom will fix that, and none have been
Yeah.
played yet.
Wow. 13 cards in the deck and no mask on. They must have been shuffled back.
Must have been. Okay. Pay 2 credits, get in and see an archived memories in HQ. And with this 2 bad pub, it is free to get into HQ.
Yep.
Unit of Counter-Strike. No dice today on HQ accesses.
You also have to remember the other thing the corp could be doing is holding a mass common hand. So if they steal a 3-pointer, you just pop it, then double
Oh,
punitive.
DDoS popped to prevent this outer ice from being rezzed.
Hmm.
Now we're just going through a 7 strength Colossus. And it looks like all of the data suckers can just barely get the runner in.
Yeah, that must have been the real reason why he was running HQ. Not necessarily because he thought there was something in there.
Pay through the Kayambe grid, take the city works, get up to 6 agenda
Yeah.
points.
But mass comm punitive wins the game here.
Yep. And as Chris wants to know, where are they?
I think it's click one draw if he doesn't get it on the mandatory.
There's no way you can punitive without a mass comm. There
There it
is a
is.
mass comm.
Getting all the kills this last round.
All right, that is some runner murder once again. Is that... How's the timers coming?
All right. They're just starting. They have 15 minutes left because the king is the oracle time. But they've
Right.
got a full game to go. That one lasted a while.
Oh, it did last a while. Okay, quick check on table 3 to make sure that game isn't still on. Oh, it is still on. And it looks like they're fairly early into the game. Introduce the engineering the future with tranquility. Why not have triple engineering the future value?
Yep.
Sengrin installing John Masanori. If HB can have extra value, so can the runner with Desperado and John Masanori. Sees
Yeah,
EG from
the left
HQ.
column of runner cards is just the classic anti-sucker build. Card, a credit, and a sucker token every time you make a run. And then you just keep running.
And got a Vitruvius. The Corp had to suffer the indignity of scoring Project Vacheron first.
Oof. I mean, I guess the counterpart is that you only have to fast advance out 2/3/2s, which is relatively easy once you get the money up.
Mm-hmm. Looks like the install was an Adonis campaign last turn. We've got a bit of a clown car remote going on.
Yep. So there won't be a Sandset in there because there's a Tranquility City grid. Do we see anything in archives in terms of influence?
I'm certain one of them is going to be an Ash. Only a Jackson Howard as far as...
Okay.
Oh, could be anything. Ice protecting HQ. The real value is probably the credit that was gained. Now checking out HQ.
I actually think Sokka and the King were deck building together, so they're playing the same lists. So this will be a similar glaciery one to the one we saw earlier.
All right, the runner does take a Project Vacheron.
All right,
And
so Corp's on the clock.
Corp is on the clock. This is exactly enough points once that ticks down. Right. Yep. Sorry, White Blades. I don't make the rules. No caps is the rules, but you've gotten around that. Right, and we see the corp thinking about what to do. Probably need to. They need all the money from this Adonis campaign, but
Yeah, because you're either bioticking out or sand-sanding out your agendas. I guess you could just score them in the remote, but that probably isn't any cheaper because they will be
oh,
contested.
okay, just purge virus counters. Keep the data sucker down. Auto R&D.
That probably
Yep.
indicates there's a Turing on the remote.
Oh, there's a Turing on R&D, so
Yeah.
unfortunately, free for Yogg. Okay, looks like just trying to get Bravado money up. And now we're going for indexing. So it's only costing 2 credits for each of these runs. Now, Sengrin sees, is there a win to be had?
No, really only one credit with Desperado in the mix.
And Desperado's good.
Yep. I'm really glad we were able to find a slightly more reasonable balance with Penny Shaver.
And it is only
Fun.
slight.
Yeah,
Played a,
it's not that far behind. Although the not getting the credits immediately is a huge difference in a lot of cases.
played one game against my roommate. Stole, or rather, only drew 3 cards the whole game, but I did have a Penny Shaver in the opening hand.
Yeah, sometimes that's enough.
And then and Sengrin comes in to take the Project Vitruvius. One less thing that Soka can try to fast advance. But I'm going to take a guess that there's no more agendas to steal. So if Soka's going to finish the game before Vitruvius ticks or Vacheron ticks off, then those agendas need to come from HQ.
Yep.
I don't think we checked out what was in server 3 though.
No, it's probably a Jackson at this point. Could be a Sansan.
Could be. But if it's Sansan, it just goes down, and now both players are poor.
Yeah, which definitely is worse for Sokka than it is for the runner right now. Oh, and so it's probably the Sansan if you installed a new Jackson.
Okay. It looks like Soka is Jacksoning purely for the shuffle, trying to draw an agenda that can be fast advanced. And
Not even fast
new,
advance, just jamming it.
yeah, new looks like a 3-2 coming into the Adonis remote.
Yeah, because spent the first 2 clicks finding it.
And the runner has data suckers and 2 of the 3 breakers, so I don't think
Oh,
this
it's
is a.
Rashida.
All right. Well, that's the catch with the shuffle for fresh cards.
Yep.
Fresh cards, fresh indexing.
Yeah, a couple indexing, a couple deja vu with your account siphon and your criminal deck, and you just have a powerhouse of events you can recur over and over.
Like we have about 3 minutes left.
Yeah, if you want to just let them know that.
I shall let them know.
I will hop in the King's game, so I can call that.
Okay, the runner steals another Vacheron.
Woof. I mean, that's actually probably better for the Corp because that gets them closer to drawing the 3/2s they want.
Yeah, I think I would maybe leave Vacheron where it is. Soka now has 4 cards, specifically the ones that were left there after the indexing, so... Question Soka has. I don't think we can answer that, but maybe Sengrin can.
I mean, yeah. We can answer if they like explicitly saying this is a judge call.
Hmm.
I'm filling that role too today, but there hasn't been any questions. So.
Good. It's people know the cards. Don't need to hassle us about them.
I'm not sure that's the case, given how old this card pool, some of the cards in this card pool are, and some cards that never existed standard together. Kind of surprised there weren't more calls, but people are always hesitant to call a judge, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. For anyone listening, please call a judge. It's not trying to get your opponent in trouble. It's just, I have a question. You can ask a judge for that. A new card in Server 2. Server 2 looks as vulnerable as ever. But with the Corp only on 1 turn, then Sengrin is just going to check HQ, sees an Adonis. All right. That is time. I have told them about it. I don't think there's any way for the Corp to get out of this.
No, it's a tough spot.
If somehow that's a 4th Vacheron in Server 2, you could...
I mean, what if it's a vanity project?
Is
That
that
is in the
even
pool.
in here?
Yeah, I do remember seeing it in the pool. I think you called it out, actually.
Ooh, no, I don't think Vanity's in the pool. There's Executive Retreat and Priority Requisition.
Oh, weird. I thought you showed it off when you were going through at the beginning. My bad.
I don't remember talking about Vanity. Okay, looks like we have the attempt at a moral victory. Biotic to score a Project Vitruvius. And then trash John Masanori.
Moral victory.
Best kind of victory.
Second best after murder.
True. Alright, but you gotta push the end turn button so we can see the victory screen. They're not gonna let me see the victory screen. And table 1 still going, I think, so we'll pop over there.
Yep, this the last couple minutes.
Only 2 points each. I guess they had a long game 1.
Yeah, that's the one we saw. They only had 15 minutes left when they started game 2.
Check in R&D. We got a medium dig going on.
I mean, that could end the game quickly.
2 medium counters to end the turn. Oh, looks like Gang Sign is in here. I missed that one.
Oh, wow. Get some HQIs down, and that's rough.
And some R&D ice. Stalling Mackler. 5. See a Gold Farmer. Sail through the pop-up window. Some strong NBN things. Big Hank asks, how does time work in Netrunner? It is not like MTG. The way time works in Netrunner is when time is called, the active player gets to finish their turn, and then the other player gets a full turn, and then it's over. Whoever has more points wins. And if there's a tie, you each get 1 point instead of the 3 points for the victory. Tournament standings. Okay, looks like one Vitruvius was dug with that medium, but now R&D is too expensive to go through more than a couple of times. More than once, really.
The king knows he has to get a few more points pretty quickly here.
Gotta have a biotic and pass turn before time is called.
Yep.
Alright, then that is time. It looks like Analyze Chris gets a full turn, I think.
Yep. Yeah, we called time during the king's turn, so he finished it.
I'll let you respond. And that looks like Analyze Chris will take this round. I'm going to step out of the game and bring us to the Cobra listings.
Just wait for them to report. Then we'll have the final standings before the end.
That looks like the pairings are in, is that right?
Yep.
All right, so when we go to the standings, we see Analyze Chris at 18 points with SSO and 419. It looks like Doomrat with GameNet and Haley will be playing against Deer with Architects of Tomorrow and Andy. So no repeating IDs in here. That's cool.
Yeah, let's get this all sorted out and everyone ready, and we'll get the finals going.
I'm just going to take us to the intermission stream, but we're still going to have music. I'm not going to play music because it's starting pretty quickly. So SSO looks like it's got a very strong game plan of play mass commercialization a bunch. And it's not trying to actually get to any of those 3 advancement requirements on ice because you don't need to activate mass comm. Don't remember what the 419 was doing. Probably account siphon. But you also have a couple of the tools that were printed alongside 419, such as the such as falsified credentials. You expose something, and you guess what kind of card it is. If you're right, you get a sure gamble. This has turned out to be a pretty okay ability. Hard to see play in standard a little bit. Doomrat was on GameNet. Don't remember which type of GameNet it was. There's a couple of murder game nets. There's a couple of glacier game nets. Haley, we saw one diaper. Forget if that was Doomrat or somebody else. Oh no? What is oh no? Dermatoglyphic. Then Deer has Architects of Tomorrow doing some value reses of bioroids. We saw the occasional non-bioroid to trip the runner-up, like definitely saw a Turing in there, which, despite having the ability to click it, is not a bioroid. Andromeda, put a lot of good cards in there. You account siphon them, and you try to win.
Yeah, all right. So we have the final setup. They're just making the game. Doomrat and Deer as second and third seeds, respectively, will be playing. Doomrat has chosen to Corp for their game, and the winner of this pairing will face Analyze Chris in the final.
And it looks like we're all in. How much time do we have on this round?
Traditionally, it's 40 minutes for elimination rounds.
Then for the final game, there will be no time limit. Fight to the death. Or 7 points if you must.
Both are viable win cons for the Corp.
All right. Game is started in case you need to start the timer. All right, and if you're in as a spectator, I'm going to kill the Discord stream.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So fairly innocent start. Ice, some kind of economy asset, probably. Rashida, probably. And we leave R&D open because the Corp is not afraid of any kind of indexing. First click, second click account siphon from Andy. Data Raven.
It does a good job of putting a stop to it. Because you're not getting the money when you go through.
So the runner is just going to end the run. Drive by, expose Rashida.
I love seeing drive-by get play.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was on. Yep. I was still on the intermission screen. I didn't realize it. But that's fixed now. So Data Raven tried to bonk into HQ with an account siphon. Data Raven toss all the money. Runner didn't want to try to land the account siphon effects. And Deer's very glad for no open deck lists because Drive-By has been surprising everyone. And we see the Corp installing a new card and just clicking for more credits. Throwing out a HQ interface. And we see
Bernice Mai.
falsified to guess asset, but it's not an asset. It is Bernice. That'll be a little hard to interact with now that it's res. You'll just have to let the Bernice trace fire. But the runner grabs a Project Beal from R&D.
Yeah, it looks like this game night is going full tag, at least from the cards we've seen so far.
We haven't seen any kind of card that doesn't tag, except for economy. Looking for credits, try to keep the account siphon down, and the runner's not going to be able to siphon the corp unless they get to break the Data Raven. Now we see the econ engine start flowing, rogue trading, clear the tag with Citadel. One link on Andy is going to make it so you don't have to pay credits for the Citadel trace. But when Rashida gets through, giving the corp a ton of cards, a fair bit of money, which we use to immediately put another card in the remote and another ice on the server. But Deer knows what they want. Check the top of R&D. If their corp's not going to defend it, might as well see what's in there. Nothing more to be found from R&D. Runner draws, runner keeps setting up. And with 16 credits, that's pretty good.
That's a big win for the Corp.
Yeah, the Corp gets possibly the most important agenda, the one that will let you finish the game later. And Deer says, ew.
Valid.
And we're back in HQ with a boomerang to make sure the Corp can't dump the credits into the Data Raven trace. Our Data Raven is going to give you a tag. With Account Siphon, you've got 2 tags. Now you have to spend clicks clearing tags. And no one wants to do that. And Doomrat puts a Jackson into the remote and starts drawing.
I assume looking for some way to recover.
Cover, maybe shore up R&D. Maybe fix the hand if there's some agendas piling up. And first click check archives, keep the corp honest. 2 unseating
I feel
credits
like he
go
wouldn't be
back.
pitching anything other than Bologna, considering he can score a 3-2 at any time.
But do you want to score 3-2 now? Because then you now have to score Bologna.
Are you saying you should save the Astro counter and score Bologna somehow with it?
I mean, you'd rather know what your scoring plan is going to look like rather than committing yourself to, I have to score a 5-3 now.
Yeah.
Right. We have,
I mean, there's always the option of scoring for 3-2s or maybe a breaking news.
yeah, Sand Sensitive Grid trashed from R&D. Don't even let the corp see it, but we at last have ice to try to keep the runner from just doing what they want to R&D. Here plays falsified, guesses upgrade, and exposes Jackson Howard. Deer laments the falsified credential misses. Now we have the economic powerhouse coming down. Desperado. Now you can click for a credit whilst you make a run. Doomrat draws up with Jackson. New ice on HQ. Make the siphons a little harder. New ice on archives. And it comes down just in time to prevent Data Sucker plus Desperado value. Deer checks R&D. We see a gold farmer. It's not really worth going through that.
Yeah, especially when you don't want to pay the corp any money because they're on 0.
But when the corp's on 0, then you can just start getting value from archives. Now we'll check out the Bernice Mai remote. Jackson shuffles, and we get a trace. I'm not gonna fight the trace because it will go away after the tag will go away once Citadel clears it. Doomrat just has to click for 3 credits because no card in the deck that's going to save you from 0 credits. Now we have Sadaka. Very fun piece of ice.
Wow.
So, Trap Ice will let you just deny any resource, in particular if the runner isn't running some kind of AI breaker. Or if they didn't blind boomerang the Sadaka. So I think that's going to take out the Citadel. What do you think?
Yeah, probably. There might be some argument for the Masanori to slow down the draw, but now the Citadel makes a lot of sense, even though there's probably at least one more in the deck.
Mm-hmm. And indeed, the Citadel was trashed. Sadaka is one of my favorite ice. Just before we got things like Ping to have a one-time effect on res, this is one of the few disposable tools on an ice that FFG printed.
Yeah, no, there's some neat design space with Trap Ice.
Bravado Archives. So now that ice you can't res in archives is a bit of a liability, letting the runner get extra Bravado value. Credit, defend R&D.
Ideally, you get a pop up on archives, so you're not investing too much, but you're making something whenever they farm their resources.
Right. Nothing in archives so far. The sea source was thrown out. And fair enough, you're probably not going to chunk through 15 credits. Not favorably. See the preemptive Yogg.0 being installed.
Yep,
Now,
turning that early siphon economic lead into just a bigger economic lead.
yeah, now you know you can just get rid of any of your little code gates. We have Fairy, little disposable breaker coming down. And Data Raven now looking a little more annoying to deal with without the Citadel.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 Data Sucker counters to get down to Fairy's own strength. See a Bernice Mai. Very nice.
More tags on Citadel-less runner.
And Deer actually pays to increase the link strength, giving GameNet
Interesting.
a credit. And I think the math kind of checks out. You're going to pay 3 to trash Bernice anyways. So why not pay 4 to not take the tag?
Yeah, that makes sense. I always forget it has that last line.
New ice on the remote. And gain credits. But the runner just collects credits from these daily casts so quickly. And we're going into archives to get that truly extraordinary value. The Masanori Draw, the Desperado, and the Data Sucker.
Yeah, it looks like Doomrat's long-term plan here is just to get a moderate tax on every single server and lock out the economic action that requires running.
But
There's that
clearly,
second Citadel.
here's the second Citadel. Now you need something you can res on archives by this point. You're thinking not a lot of points in the game so far. There's been a whole lot of economic denial, but no points floating around.
Yeah, a lot of the runs have been on archives where there's not really going to be anything.
Boomerang. Looks like, yeah, there's an indexing. Now you really are incentivized to res this R&D ice in case it's something that they can't come back for after the rearrange.
Mm-hmm.
But the corp only has 4 credits. Yep, Doomrat has to do some thinking. Oh, it's Engram.
Ooh.
So you can just walk through it, but you also are going to have to let it fire the second time.
But picked the wrong card type.
Yeah, we see gang sign. We see a full set of resources.
And now can definitely get back because the runner has those data suckers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2 data suckers to get through Engram Flush is one of the best deals you'll ever find. At this rate, you probably just want to use your boomerang so you can play your next one elsewhere. But going through Gold Farmer twice does give 4 of your credits to the corp.
It's true.
So gold farmer on R&D is pretty huge as long as you don't lose to high value R&D. And we're just waiting to see how. Oh, yep. Not going back for any indexing cards, just install 2 gang signs. Now the Corp has revealed the first time we've ever seen this long-term economy solution, Lange Mining Corp.
Interested in why Doomrat chose to corp this game, given that his runner was the diaper combo we saw in the first round. And that seemed pretty devastating. Wonder if it just hasn't been performing since then.
Maybe the word has gotten out. We do finally see the Archives Ice. It is free to play. That probably is going to be enough to stop you from just running into Archives for data sucker tokens. Who's winning? Both players are tied at 2 points to 2 points, but that's somewhat hard to judge. AstroScript Pilot program is one of the best possible things that you could have for 2 points. Thanks, Sengrin, for the raid. One of the best possible one agendas you could have scored is an AstroScript Pilot with a counter, but Leela has 2 gang signs and has been stalling the corp forever. So if Doomrat is loaded with agendas, it's going to be so difficult to overcome the fact that 2 random accesses might just keep the runner ahead when you try to score. The runner also has most of their breaker suite up. So Data Sucker and these is going to get through any barriers and code gates for very cheap. We don't have a permanent sentry solution yet.
I suspect it's either Ninja or Fem. Oh no, probably Mimic.
Mimic would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is pretty classic Anti Sucker. Mimic, going with the fairies.
And there's the Mimic. But at some point, a Purge is going to look really good. Sengrin says this looks a lot like his build of Andy, leaning harder into gang sign. Data Sucker on Engrim. I think I found the solution. It was not necessary to ban Engrim. You could have just brought Yogg.0 back into the pool.
Sure, that would have no knock-on effects whatsoever.
Hey, I don't plan more than 1 ban in the future.
Fair.
And then we go through the Data Raven and we access a breaking news. So now the runner is up to 3 points. Breaking news, very small agenda. Still could be anyone's game. See, I've got backup. Sangren also says bring back Yogg. We've outvoted you 2-1. It has to happen now. And now we have 3 gang signs. Hopefully
Yep.
the corp can control their draws, but just seems that the ability to repeatedly gain 7 credits is pulling the corp ahead on credits.
Yeah, breaking news steal is big because I don't know how many Bologna the Corp is running. But if they don't score one breaking news, they have to score Bologna.
Mm-hmm.
And also with the Astra, you had a lot of tagging tricks with breaking news. You could score it and give them two tags and still have a click left.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal. And another
I'm
reason
not
you
sure
don't
what
want to.
punishment Doomrat has, but yeah, there's some mean stuff you can do with that.
You could close the accounts. Runner loses 21 credits.
Yep.
Just interesting, given that historically it was somewhat agreed that closed accounts wasn't a very good tag punishment because you just couldn't land that. But here we are speculating on how we might close their accounts after breaking news.
Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, the way you gave someone a single tag was just beating them on money. Breaking news shenanigans uh, where we weren't quite as fluent in them as we are today.
Speaking of shenanigans, there's a Res Sansan in the remote, and Doomat just scored a Project Beal.
Yeah, so it puts them at 4 points with an Atlas counter, or sorry, Astro counter, which is a pretty good position to be when you also have a Res Sansan.
Looks like Boomerang will be used to get past the Ingram Flush. Or is that the same one that was there for a long time?
It's the same one.
Okay, it's the same one. All Anarch programs. We are just using the single best breaker suite as Lucas intended. Right, Ingram Flush names resource. And it looks like data suckers will be spent to go through the Engram. Pay 2 on Gold Farmer, hand 2 to the Corp. And the unseen card is Rashida. Probably
Which is nice
something.
to trash, but not really what you want to see.
It's nice to trash, but you don't want to hand your opponent 2 credits to do it.
Yep.
Resource again. This time we are seeing the Boomerang used. Serve those data sucker counters. And 2 more credits to the opponent, but now we're on a medium dig. 1 unseen card. 1 unseen card. Trash Rashida. And you could go back, although you have now allowed, if you do so, you're now letting your opponent have 20 credits to your much less.
Yeah. C-Source is definitely active if that's an option, but again, I don't know exactly how hard on tag punishment Doomrat has gone.
There are calls for Parasite in the chat. And they're not wrong, but the runner is full on MU.
It's true.
We're going back.
It's also worth saying that they have 14 influence used between 6 in the bin and the red program suite.
Mm-hmm. And R&D just really holding out. Purge virus counters, mediums over. Have fun getting through Engram with Yogg with a no data sucker support.
And yeah, with the free to play on archives.
Yeah, this seems like a really strong purge.
Yeah, this was just saying earlier that Jim Rat's plan is to get moderately taxing stuff everywhere and then purge to set back that run based economy. If you can't run, your economy ends.
Mm-hmm. Sengren says, we saw Scorched Earth in the hands. Closed accounts would also be good. Yes, they would be good. That Sansan is still there. And now, because the Corp has the lead after all that money that was just transferred with Gold Farmer, now the runner has to actually click and pay 2 credits to clear the tag with the basic action. All right. So we saw a breaking news score in the Sand
Trash the Citadel.
Crash the Citadel. We saw the gang signs
Keels are
fired.
online again.
Yeah, gang sign fired, but no additional agendas for the runner.
There is a C source active.
I think you just there's C source active, but the runner will really have to go low on credits. Although every time you run through Gold Farmer, you get 6 credits closer to getting boomed.
Yep.
And there's one Citadel trashed earlier in the game, so
Yeah, I don't know if they'll have 3 Citadels, although it is kind of core to their economy. And I suspect, given how obviously powerful the yellow card pool was, such that so many players picked to play NBN decks for their corp, that it probably is just a safe meta call to be packing a lot of Citadels, even if it wasn't as important to the economy as it is for this criminal.
back through the Engram flush. Aim hardware, Engram fires. Goodbye to boomerangs.
Oof. I mean, that's kind of like using Boomerang to break it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, instead of a 2-for-1, it's a 1-for-2. And do find another breaking news from the top. Runner gets to
Yeah,
4 points while the corp's on 5. But if the corp has any agendas that have managed to dodge this pressure in HQ, then they can just win with the Astro counter. Any 3
mm-hmm.
twos. Hmm. Yep. Sangren calls really need a Bologna to be the third card. That would be a big win for the runner.
That would be
We'll
literally the win for the runner. Yeah,
yeah, get in pretty much credit perfect.
that would be a shame, since gotta applaud Doomrat for doing such a good job of clawing back here, because it seemed hopeless for him to start, but then for the past couple turns, he seemed really in control of this game.
That was some really nasty economic suppression. Okay, so some cards going away, not worth trying to break the Engram flush. Uh-oh. Data sucked the gold farmer. Yep, not what you want to do.
Yeah, credit perfect if they hit the Bologna.
Doomrat innocently saying, I don't think it matters. Unseen, unseen, unseen. No R&D betrayal, it
No
looks like.
Bologna.
Is Doomrat even running Bologna?
I think that was the only thing that could possibly save Deer here. I'd have to pull up the lists, but I don't want to spoil anything in case final round opponents are listening.
Mm-hmm. And check archives, keep the corp honest. For 2 credits,
Checking
we see
archives is a great sign of a resigned runner.
right taking a tag with no Citadel backup. And Doomrat demonstrating that it didn't matter if you ended with a tag because he had the C source. So second the second versus or the battle for second. No, wait, I'm describing this wrong. The battle to go fight in for first ends with a kill of the runner, very much as Lucas intended.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see games that end that way. Good old Scorch Earth. But yeah, so it looks like Doomrat will be facing off against Analyze Chris, who is the first seed. Chris will be selecting the side he plays for their match.
And as Chris chooses to corp. And now we get to the final game the of the tournament. No time limit here. You're stuck here watching, no matter how long it takes. You may not get up from your chair.
Yeah, the doors have been locked, exits are sealed.
You will soon begin a high pressure sales pitch for timeshare.
Just scorch me.
All right. And as Chris
All
asks,
right.
are we good to start? Analyze Chris, liking the SSO, decides to play for first. Try to play for first place with SSO. Masscom really gonna carry the day.
Yeah, we got this SSO deck against this combo Haley. This will be an interesting matchup.
We have Ice Ice Draw. It's not quite Ice Ice Hedge Fund, but do what you must. Haley manages to get the daily casts on turn one. See the false echo hitting the bin. That'll be brought back later as appropriate. Scoring remote gets started. Hedge fund gets started.
Oh, looks like
Analyze Chris didn't seem to know what the stack list was ahead of time.
yeah, definitely cluing in now though. I guess I can look at the deck lists and talk about what they are now that we're in the finals.
Yeah. If you're still watching the stream, Doomrat and Analyze Chris, go away. And we start with the CityWorks project.
Yeah, pretty safe. Doomrat doesn't want to lose combo pieces, and is also pretty poor.
I bet if you I bet if somehow Neurospike made its way into this list, it would be such a hard fork for combo decks.
Yep. No, there's definitely been some fun Neurospike SSO, or at least just Neurospike CityWorks decks. Um, Neurospike is probably my favorite card in Gateway. It's just a really flashy and fun way to win a game.
Mm-hmm. Right. Corp clicking for credits. SSO is indeed very safe where it is. Got to make sure you have credits to function for the rest of the game. Haley getting those daily casts early. That's pretty excellent. Haley has the beach day and then game day to draw up to your hand size. So draw until you have 10 cards. I don't remember if the click loss on Beach Party is something you just deal with or if you try to get rid of Beach Party at some point.
Could go either way. You've got so many clicks on the combo turn, it doesn't really matter.
Unless Chris drawing, trying to try to get that nice. Sangren says goal is to Aesop's it in the future. I bet Doomrat hopes Aesop's arrives soon.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was running it. Yeah, oh, yeah, he's got 3 Aesops in the deck. So it shouldn't be too hard to find with the amount of draw he's playing, considering he's more than halfway through the deck already.
Yeah, quality time, draw 5 more.
Interestingly, I was wrong about some of the agendas this corp is playing. It's got the 3 city works and the 2 underway as its only public. It's not playing the Oaktown. It's got 3 Atlas and 3 hostels instead. It's like, fair play, those are good agendas.
I wonder if you can. Wonder if it's possible to try to get a cheese win by underway renovating the important combo pieces. That probably
Yeah,
not.
I bet Analyze would have mulligan for that if he knew it was across the table from him.
All right, Mascom is here. 6. No, that's 8 credits because it counts the agenda. Just getting enough credits to fund the rest of the game.
Yeah, because Doomrat is only running 1 DDoS. If that got milled, that would just be it.
Apparently, the combo deck, possibly this is why Doomrat didn't choose to run it last game, has been drawing very unlucky over the course of the tournament.
Okay, that makes sense. And given that, like, these decks just got built in 45 minutes, you don't know how much of it is just bad luck and how much of it is with a limited card pool. It's less consistent than it needs to be viable. You don't exactly have a lot of testing time.
Glyphic is saying that Beach Party ended up firing 5 times in their game.
Well, if you lose more than a turn to that you don't need to.
So first score, hostile takeover. This points to a very compact scoring plan. 5 threes, one of which is on the table. They're discussing if the source would be something that would come up, but it's not in the card pool. All-Nighter, Storm clicks another Beach Party, presumably just for Paley to sell to Usops.
Yep.
Sengren clarifying. Chris tried to mill someone out and still lost. I think we saw that on stream.
Yeah,
and
that was on stream. It was rough.
It was a very strong threat that was posed to the runner because some important cards went away.
Yeah, it would have worked well if the runner wasn't packing that one of
That
Harmony AR.
therapy.
Curse those dogs.
So CityWorks project does at last get scored. So the Corp, if there's another 5-3 in hand, could be 2 turns away from win. But Haley looks 1 turn away from comboing off.
Doomrat is on 3 false echoes.
Yep. And I see only 1 in the discard. Mass commercialization and Argus Crackdown. Oh, that will hold off the combo turn.
Yeah. Delays by 1 turn. I don't think he has any way to recur that other than just Jackson shuffling back.
But
wait, no, he doesn't have Jackson. He just has 1 preemptive. Oh, he's got 3 archive memories. Okay, yeah, I see.
Oh,
the list now.
It looks like we're going to just ignore the Argus Crackdown.
Just going to take the meat damage on every run?
No way. Maybe this is the special stealth
I guess
property.
bounce all four, like normally with DDoS, you just leave the last one, but if you bounce all four, you won't take the damage.
That's true. It does have to be protected by ice.
Yeah. So you could just make sure it has enough false echoes to go.
I only see 3 that you have available. Trash the one, then you have 2 simul chips. Unless you're going to Haley in.
No, he's already used the Haley trigger. There we go.
There
Just
we
forgot to
go.
install it.
Okay, there's 4 false echoes. Chip bringing back the false echo. Bounce all the ice to HQ. Yeah, looks okay. Looks like one simul chip was forgotten to be used. But doesn't really matter because all the cards you need are on the table and you can just use
Yeah.
it later.
Although I guess Doomat doesn't know if there's snares or anything, so.
That would be the most amazing combo deck. Okay, yeah, Doomat did miss the lockdown.
Oh, and he's now to realize he can false echo the last one?
I guess not.
Oh, he doesn't realize he's another simul chip. Oh, this is brutal.
Click to draw. A lot of cards, but
Oh no.
what if he's just goofing with us? And then next click, he's gonna crack the simul chip. All right.
Oh,
Doomrat
that's rough.
concedes. That is rough. I wonder if there were. I wonder if the agendas were all in hand. This is a pretty
I mean, that's
agenda
also a
light deck.
possibility. Once you see what's going on, you stack them in hand. But no,
All
this
right.
combo deck is really impressive.
Yeah, I'm amazed that all the pieces were in the card pool.
Yeah, just luck of the draw to get this. Like, I think this was basically the first combo deck in Netrunner. It was literally just something like this.
Hmm. Do we want to see if these if we can get these two in here to chat a bit?
Yeah, if they're up for it.
The Argus Crackdown is spicy, even if technically Simulchip was an out to it. But when you see the runner has 4 cards left in stack and all the pieces on
Yeah,
the table, it's they're comboing next turn.
yeah. No, playing it was right. Um, and I do. It's a fun card. It's just a shame Juma didn't see the out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it was
is.
probably just to play with CityWorks and possibly punitive. Let me take a look at the list again.
Argus Crackdown is pretty strong with CityWorks.
Are you asking them to come in, or do you want me to?
Yeah, can you ask him?
Sure. Yeah, Chris will be joining us.
Are they able to see the commentary channel?
Oh, maybe not.
You think you need to have that role.
Yeah, why don't we go down to the round lobby and they can join us there?
All right.
Does that work for you?
Yep, that works. Hello, hello.
Congratulations.
Hey, thanks. It's a pretty janky SSO deck.
I mean, a lot of the decks in this format are going to be janky one way or another. I'm amazed that so many of them were as coherent as they were. Were most of your wins by killing or scoring?
Killing, it has the trick of light, fast advance, because whenever Clot's not in a limited card pool, I try to go fast advance when I can. And I saw Biotic Labor, but I didn't really know how to make ETF rich enough. So I thought SSO could just, spam out Masscom. And that worked a lot of the time. But, just like when you play against it in JNet Casual, sometimes you see people just not draw the Masscom fast enough.
Yeah, when you actually get it, paying 0 for 20 credits is pretty good.
Yeah, it's clearly broken. I got pretty lucky in that game because the big dig didn't hit anything. But the game against the King the round before was a huge slog, like 60 minutes. He had data suckers and mediums, and it was constantly parasiting things. So my credits were resetting all the time, and
Right.
I had to kind of like basically mill him out so that he could steal one of the city works, but not another one.
Right, yeah. Classic Obokata strategy.
Yeah.
How did your decks do between Runner and Corp?
The runner was undefeated. It was 419, pretty similar to a lot of the Andy lists. I made a ton of mistakes in deck building. I started about 5 minutes late because I was playing Arkham Horror, and I forgot that it started. So I joined in on the stream, and I missed a lot of the pack reveals. So some cards I missed out on were like falsified credentials and Rashida Jaheim.
Oh no.
Small thing.
Kind of important for your corp. But I think I did an okay job figuring out actual win cons for 419. Vamp was really helpful in my first game. And Deer also saw the potential of Gang Sign HQI that was also in my deck. But yeah, I thought like Andy's obviously great and has a great history, but 419 felt better to me because you can just deny the corp all game. Your ID is doing something all game that's relevant. Account Siphon such a stronger form of denial, and you add Vamp onto that, and suddenly you've got this ID that's there was no Account Siphon vamping with 419 when Rain Reverie came out, so it's really a disgusting combo.
Yeah, without the full card pool at the Corp's disposal, often their economy is going to be a little weaker.
Mm-hmm.
Saw some people resorting to Melange Mining Core today.
I mean, it was perfect for that deck. I was watching that game.
Yeah.
Doomrat was way, way, way behind, and you just get just enough money to res the Engrams and the IP blocks and the F2Ps. It's like not that much money, and suddenly you have a board state that shuts down the run-based econ. So maybe I had a little bit of an oversight not going for Data Sucker and fixed strength breakers, but because my ice was strong enough, I was just purging over and over again against King, who had a similar strategy out of Hoshiko, and the fixed strength breakers were actually a liability.
Interesting. So I gotta ask, what led you to include the Crackdown?
uh, it's not a good card. I say this after it helped me win the game. But you have City Works, and you don't have some of the other combo-rific City Works cards like Dedication Ceremony, or like Data Loop, or Um, so you need something to like add on to that, and I planned on using it mostly to get CityWorks out so I could SSO trigger more often without having to install advance it. That felt always feels a little risky when you put it out there with maybe just behind a Dudua or something that's not super hard to get by. There's so many criminals in this card pool. I was just envisioning myself constantly getting boomerang inside job, and if not, then doofed an inside job. So the crackdown is a way to put something out there, um, play the lockdown, and then just get some free SSO triggers before you can get enough ice to masscom.
Did it pay off any games other than the last one?
Not really. I don't think I played it in the first 3 rounds.
Did you make
Yes.
it on the early deck submission?
It was it was part of early deck submission, yeah. So I spent more time on the corp, because the runner deck building just felt pretty easy for me. But yeah, I was still with SSO. I didn't have a lot of the staple, order and chaos ice to work with. So the ice suite was a little tough. I had Gold Farmer in there for a while because I didn't know how much of my game plan was going to be draining credits from the runner, and how much of it was just going to be, smashing City Works and trying to trick of light atlases. I mean, at one point I was so scared of Citadel Sanctuary that I was like, I need like 2 Elizabeth Mills because everyone's going to be teched against me. And I was a little nervous of facing Deer because that deck is built around avoiding tags and avoiding damage, and it's like 3 Citadels. So
I was wondering what the Mills was for, but that makes sense.
yeah, trash any location and take a bad pub. So if Deer brought out Citadel, I would just trash it.
Right, and so many of the runners were running multiple Citadels.
Right, in the card pool, I looked for there's no Plascrete in the card pool. There was Crash Space, which I considered, but it
We
seemed
saw a game with 2 Crash
less
Spaces
useful.
out.
Oh yeah,
The third in the
yeah,
bin.
it works in a pinch.
So have you been enjoying this format? Did you play in the earlier one?
Yeah, I played in the first one. It was a lot of fun. I keep going against my instincts. My 2 favorite IDs of all time are Haley and MT, and those were viable. Not Haley, but Wu was a viable choice last time, and I just completely ignored them. So I tried to have a little more fun with it this time with SSO and 419, which is always fun to play.
It's always nice when you pick fun decks and it pays off.
Yeah, this format's great. I mean, I think deck building is one of the most fun parts of Netrunner, but oftentimes in competitive events, it's not as big of an issue. If you're like in a testing group, or if you're just like constantly scrolling in our DB, you'll see what the best decks are, and so you don't often get that feeling of, oh, I made cool choices, or I'm flexing decks that I'm interested in and like feel unique to me. But in RAM, for better or worse, the decks really reflect your deck building because you have to do them so fast.
Yeah, it really puts the spotlight on a part of the game that a lot of people love, but doesn't really show up that often.
Yeah.
Really want to shout out Lost Geek for putting together this format and really being the reason it exists. It's been fun to watch.
Yeah, it's fun to play and it's fun to think about. Yeah, so props to them, and also just I've done this a couple times with King, cracking a random pool and then trying to figure it out and puzzle solve it. That's like another fun way to do a limited style event.
Yeah, I know there's going to be more of these coming in the coming weeks. I don't have the details in front of me right now, but I'm sure they'll be announced on all the usual channels. Hopefully, we'll see a bunch of you watching and some of you played today at future events.
Absolutely.
Anything you want to add?
No, just thanks to people setting it up. Thanks to Nisei and my opponents, and thanks for having me on.
for coming.
Yeah, congratulations, well played.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, and I think with that, I'm going to say goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching. If past
Yeah,
is
thanks for watching.
patterns,
Thanks for playing to the players.
if the past is anything to go by, it sounds like we might do this in 2 weeks.
Yeah, again, we'll definitely be running more of these. I just don't have the details right now. Lost Geek will be arranging that. So yeah, just watch our socials and where this all got announced, and for more. And I hope you enjoy the formats going forward.
And with that, I'm going to cut us to the outro screen and a couple of minutes of music. Have a good night.
Good night, everyone.